Actually, hold on.
'Cause, you know,
I forgot to turn on stuff. Hi chat, hello, give me a moment. My face isn't appearing on stream right now because I forgot to turn on a bunch of stuff. I knew I was forgetting something. Alright, there you go, there I am. I still can't read chat properly because my chat reader is turning on. Anyways, if you caught a small bit of conversation just now, it was because we were discussing Lancer. And someone's been dissing my Sherman.
I mean, I like the Sherman license now because of my funny.
Because no, you like tragedies, but honestly, yeah, the license itself is great, but it just depends on what you want. Do you want crack shot, or do you want abuse grease monkey stabilize to deal shit tons of damage, but the weapons don't really align with each other? Well, technically they do. You just need to pick cannon.
Yeah, because you stabilize, you get 2 charge from the CF4.
You get 1 charge, 2 charges if you core power, yes. But it's at maximum 46 in a 16 hex line. You know?
I understand that.
Line, man. It's a line.
Yeah. I get it. You like pulling the fucking CF4 solid 4.
I do, but I also just like the Cyclone pulse cannon.
Yeah, but
I'm not cannon, the pulse rifle.
crack shotting the siege cannon is hilarious.
I know it is. I know it is. Hello, Cyrus. Remember to take your daily amount of boy kickapoo and Milo? You do that. You drink enough for the rest of us.
Also,
yes.
I mean it's a shitty core power, but still it's efficient.
Which shitty tragedies?
Yeah.
No, it's efficient. That's the thing. That's fine. It's efficient, so that's fine. Thank you for the follow, Cyrus. As always, thank you. That was what we'll talk about. Yeah, we'll talk about Lancer. If I know who doesn't know Lancer, it is. We need to talk about Lancer more at some point on this channel.
Sure.
I need to, like, we need to talk about it more because I think
Become a Lancer YouTuber. Come on, we only have 2. We actually only have 2.
We technically have 2 big ones, and then there's a third one I know that now more frequently does shorts on Lancer. The one I was talking about. Her name's Arrow Rights. She's doing more Lancer content now, which is honestly great. We need more people doing Lancer. Yeah. Maybe I should talk more about Lancer. We should. Because we are a TTRPG channel, well, technically, quotation marks, we do talk about TTRPGs, but I've been limiting to D&D most of the time, and I really want to talk more about Lancer, because Lancer is great. Does Lancer have necromancy? Technically, we don't have a frame that revives the dead. Technically, technically, we don't have a frame that allows you to summon an undead army, but we do have a lich frame, and then we do have a frame that can summon things.
Right. We actually have 2 frames.
We have a bunch of different builds that summon a bunch of stuff. How to spell the name Lancer? Lancer.
Like the car.
Like the car. Or the class from any RPG that uses a lance.
People know about the Mitsubishi Lancer.
How dare you? How dare you? No, people play Final Fantasy more. Final Fantasy has a Lancer.
Mitsubishi Lancer.
Oh, I might be thinking about Dragon actually. Never mind. Anyways, if you're interested in Lancer, you should check out this website called CompCon.
You don't throw them into CompCon.
No, you throw them into CompCon because you can go to the compendium and then look at all the licenses. That's how you get people into Lancer. Because by looking at the licenses, people can go, wait a minute, it's a tabletop RPG with mechs? And that's how you get people into Lancer. You don't talk about the lore, you don't talk about the mechanics, you go, it's a tabletop RPG with mechs.
I show them the art first.
Look at this mech. Look at this mech. It's a mech on fire. It's a mech literally on fire, but it's not even actual fire. It's a mech that's eating itself. Well, not eating itself, it's eating everything around it. Look, there's a lich. There's a lich right here. The lich revives itself by doing weird time shenanigans.
Yeah.
There's a hydra that constantly keeps splitting itself apart to summon more and more mechs. There's what else? Which other thing do we have that can summon stuff?
Which?
No. Okay, Hydra is the biggest summoner class. And then Gilgamesh technically can be summoner.
Gilgamesh is a summoner. He has so much nexuses.
It's not as good a pure summoner as Hydra, but it can function as a really good summoner.
The utility drone's great.
Yeah, the utility drone and stuff. Yeah. Gilgamesh is more a nexus than pure summoner, whereas Hydra is a summoner that can do nexus well. There's a difference. Anyways, yeah, Lancer. We'll talk about Lancer at some point because Lancer is great. Genghis, yes, there is a Genghis.
Yeah.
There's a frame here called the Genghis that is literally a flamethrower. It uses a flamethrower. And if the Genghis is not enough fire for you, you can go to Genghis Mark 1.
The first mech, the world killer. My current main.
Why is the picture not loading? There we go. There it is. It is so on fire that the world around it burns. Genghis Khan, I don't know what that is.
Spelled Khan wrong.
Yeah, you said Genghis Khan, and I thought like there's a mech here that's for Genghis, that's literally named after Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan? Nah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, also not quite sure what you're trying to say, if you're not trying to say Genghis Khan. Napoleon still can't escape the short accusations, I guess. Genghis Khan? No, it's Genghis Khan. It's a different spelling. It's K. Listen, Saras, I know you're dyslexic, but you spelled it 3 times the same way.
Genghis cannot.
Where is Lich? The Lich is right here. If you can't find Lich, it's because you don't have the DLC.
Yeah.
Just go download the DLC. It's all free. Specifically, the mech frames are free.
I can tell them how to do it.
Go to itch.io.
That's an integrated way.
I don't want to teach them. You don't need them to teach them the integrated way.
What do you mean? But it's all there. It's a lot simpler.
How do you do the integrated way?
3 buttons, manage content, go to LPC directory.
Oh. No, that's not. Hold on. More succinct, please. Not succinct. More. Actually teach. Don't just like summarize.
3 dots, manage content.
Where's the 3 dots?
Top right corner.
I don't see 3 dots.
Oh, you're on the main screen.
Yes.
Okay, on the main screen is a content manager.
Exactly. People are gonna see the main screen first.
Yeah.
Teach better. How are you a teacher? Hold on. I'll tell you what DLC you need. First, go to content manager and then
LPC directory.
LPC directory. All right, it's all here. What you need to look for the Lich is
No, it is the long rim.
the long rim right here. You see the long rim? Download the long rim. Does it just download the thing and then you have to still put it in?
I'm trying to remember. I've never done it like this.
Exactly. That's I don't
I
know.
think you download, yeah. At least, you'll go to the link.
If you go to the link and you go down, you'll see a free download thing. Hold on. There we go. You click it, it goes to the thing. You don't have to buy. You just scroll down. You see a download demo. This means it's just the player content. You don't get the story. You don't get any of the DLC. You don't get anything like that. But all player options are here. You download this. You then go back, install content, select LCP file. You just you click on this. You go to your browser, look for the file you just installed. Or you just download it, install it, and then it will pop up. And then you get the Lich. We will talk about this more at some point. because I love Lancer. Lancer's awesome. Maybe even build a character on stream. I don't know actually what character to build. Anyways, let's move away from Lancer. Delete, get rid of this, get rid of this. Today, we are talking about other stuff. I'm talking about D&D stuff. It is more D&D. I was always, in my head, I keep contemplating if I want the setting to still be D&D or not, but I started the setting in D&D, and one of the main things that keeps popping into my head is this, you know, is the dwarf gnome halfling planet, and it's such a D&D thing, halfling especially. I don't think we can escape D&D.
It can be easily ported to Pathfinder.
It can be ported to Pathfinder, but I'm gonna stick with this for now, and we can do any porting at any point, honestly. What day is your Lancer Day? I don't know. We will see at some point. There are too many content. There's too much content I want to do. Not enough days. I don't have enough days because I have to do my own like editing for shorts, and things like that. When's your Lancer session? Okay, we have it on Saturdays depending, but we're not accepting new players at the moment. Like no one. We are at full table at the moment.
Yeah, it's full table, no?
If you are interested, you can go to the Lancer Discord.
What? PilotNet?
Yeah. PilotNets, there will be people there from time to time who run one-shots. You can join when someone's running something and you can play then. And the people there will be more than happy to teach you how to play the game.
If I stop being like so like on my ass, I can run a one-shot.
Mao.
Or like just combat.
But yeah, you can go to, hold on, let me see if the thing is on. There we go. You can go here. Pilot.net on Discord.
If you give me your boundary code, I can just have it on my laptop and try to do it without.
Sure. Oh no, that's not me. Daydreamer is one of the mods, quotation mark, on the Discord. Yeah, it is. I've given quite a few of the mods. Daydreamer is the DM for Lancer games. He asked if you'd be interested, but mainly it's from our conversations. He means like after the game we're running, because we're full on players at the moment.
You know, someone dies, it drops.
No, don't jinx it. But yeah, like if we are running another game at some point, because we're not running any new games at any point, because it's gonna take a while for this game to end. So if you want to play a game, it won't be on our Discord. We don't have enough time and DMs. You can go to lancer.net first.
I'll run Solstice Rain, trust.
Yeah, you can go to pilot.net. There'll be people there who are more than happy to teach you the game. There will be games run almost every week. I see at least like some games coming up. I just don't know if they're like...
Everyone recruits, but like games kind of fall apart. Like
just like any other TTRPG, yeah. Yeah, but you can go there, you can ask questions, you can watch a bunch of YouTube videos to see how the game or the setting works. I've seen a few people run the game, but there's not a lot of them on YouTube. I've seen maybe 1 or 2 groups of people run the game and post videos on YouTube. That's it. Yeah.
That's still pretty underground.
And that's just still pretty underground. Yeah, it's gaining popularity quite fast.
That's because people like us keep talking about it.
People keep talking about it, and people are making more videos about it. So yeah. But yeah, it's still pretty underground. So right now, the only real way to play is to go to pilot.net. So look for like DMs there, chat with people there, get to know the game. It's fun. It's mechs. You're playing mechs. You know, who doesn't want to pilot a big mech? Anyways, we're moving away. As I said, we're moving away from Lancer. We are going to talk about the space campaign, space setting, which we haven't really talked about in a while because I got kind of burned out on talking about D&D stuff. Well, I realized I got burned out talking about D&D stuff, so I had to take a break from it. But you know, I suddenly wanted to talk more about this. So, and you know, we just played Deep Rock Galactic, so I thought this was perfect. This is a perfect opportunity to jump into the dwarven territories in this setting. Hello, thank you for the lurk.
These guys have an Underdark.
That's the thing. It is one of the questions I keep thinking about. I have no idea how to do the Underdark. I might not even do an Underdark. I'm not sure yet. Because the thing is, I can't do Underdark on one world. Too many species on too many different worlds have an Underdark. So I can't just put it on one world. It's a little bit different. I thought it says don't call out lurker. No, I'm just saying hello, thanks for the lurk, that's it. I'm not saying who it is. I should probably put a thing that's like hide name, but
No, we actually don't. We simply don't.
But like also like I do it, no one else should do it. That's it. That's the other thing.
What was I
Like,
thinking about again?
It's fine for streamers to say thank you, but like no one else should talk about it. Because I'm just saying thanks. What were we saying? Underdark?
I was gonna say like the mycelial network from like Star Trek. Like Underdark and mushrooms go hand in hand.
Kind of. I can see that.
You want to do a panspermia thing?
I was already doing a panspermia thing with the elves, but we'll get to the elves when we get to the elves. We'll get to the elves at some point. Underdark being a weird place, it is a very weird place. So, okay, we're technically not here to talk about the Underdark, but we can briefly go into the Underdark. So, I had, well, I didn't say your name, I just said thanks for the lurk. Oh, your name was mentioned because Cyrus was asking about Lancer stuff, but don't worry about it. Anyways, the Underdark, so the way the Underdark works is, the reason why the Underdark is so complicated in this space setting is because I am in traditional D&D, right? You have a planet, a world, right? And all the various different species coexist on this world, right? You have the elves, you have the dwarves, you have the humans, etc., right? And a lot of them have counterparts in the Underdark, right? Underdark is this cavernous system that like spreads across the entire world, and like it permeates everywhere. It's just underneath the surface, and because it connects to the surface in places, all these different species have at different points in time migrated into the Underdark and lived there, right? But it works because all the different species also live on the surface. So there's no conflict of lore or anything, just different species have migrated and now live in the Underdark. So you have like gnomes, you have deep gnomes, elves, you have like the dark elves. There are some humans that have also migrated underground. I don't think they're in 5th edition.
I just had the best idea.
I keep smelling the thing. Can you quickly close the thing? Or at least smell, see where it comes from.
Oh, what? Food?
No, someone's burning stuff. It's actually, I think it's here. Yeah, give me a moment. How many D4s do you have in your mouth? 5. The incense smells horrible.
Smells nice.
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's distracting. My ADHD brain hates distractions. You have 5 D4s. Why do you have 5 D4s in your mouth?
Oh, thought of it.
Yes, you thought of it.
2 parts. Mushrooms.
Uh-huh.
Whirlpool.
Uh,
Okay, it's an ecosystem where the.
Hold on, I need to explain to people why this is hard first.
Okay.
So in this current setting, right, where we're doing the space setting, every species is not confined to the same world. We have like a planet that's for elves, we have a planet for dwarves, a planet for humans, so on and so forth. It's not just one planet anymore. And because of that, it's really hard to figure out how the Underdark works. Because the Underdark is supposed to also be a place where all these different species exist, right? It's not just like one species, it's all the species. So you have to do some extra dimensional thing for the Underdark. The Underdark can no longer just be an underground thing.
That's okay. Ecosystem,
I'm hearing wormhole pop up.
but it's like literally a wormhole. So I'm gonna like steal the giant purple worm for a second.
I was thinking, are you doing giant purple worm is eating the underspace?
Yes. Where and they carry off these spores on their back, right?
Uh-huh.
So they go to planets that are like suited to grow these mushrooms,
Uh-huh.
and then they leave like these shrooms there to cultivate. And the shrooms have they suck in the magic
Uh-huh.
of the planet,
It's like in the magic of the planet, okay.
and the worms will come back and eat them,
Uh-huh.
and it's just this like big ecosystem.
That is from the worms. Okay. First off, that works. But this presents a new conundrum. By doing so, we have effectively introduced a spore drive into the setting. And also, we've now invented a new form of travel.
This is the interesting thing. This third type of travel is literal space folding. It's the Dune Boltzmann drive. That's how the word like it's real.
This is literally wormhole.
Yeah, it's a literal.
It's literally folding space.
That's how the worms travel.
Hmm.
Using the shrooms, they use graviturgic magic to literally fold space.
The shrooms allow you to do gravity magic. They were literally ripping off Dune right now.
Yeah.
We are literally ripping off Dune, except the worms are no longer confined to a planet. They're literally eating through space.
A good sci-fi setting must rip off Dune at some aspect. You know this to be true. A good sci-fi setting needs to rip.
Here's the thing. This was one way I was thinking of doing the Underdark. Okay, this was one way. The other way was the Underdark is on a dark planet that people just throw prisoners towards, and becomes Galactic Australia because Underdark. You know, it kind of fits, but
Come on, we don't have space folding yet.
we technically don't have space folding, and this will be a way of space travel that you don't have control over.
This is what inspired the arcade game. I would like to think.
It would be a very. It would be technically okay. I wouldn't say the cheapest. It would actually might be the cheapest way to travel, but you have no control of where you go because it's entirely determined by where the worms have been.
And where they want to go.
They
You can direct them, like you can do like a worm whisperer type deal, Shai Halud and
I don't think there's a do we want to make it so someone can control the worms?
come on.
Smaller worms, maybe not the big ones.
Yeah.
Smaller worms.
Unless the what is it? What is he called again?
What? Who?
Paul.
Atreides?
Yeah,
Paul comes along and is like, I can speak to the worms.
I'm the Kismet's Hatterack.
I am the worm. What's it called again? I am the Lorax of the trees. I am the speaker of the worms. I speak for the worms.
This guy, like, it's a legend now. There was this one guy that could control the biggest purple worm, and it was called.
It's gone now. No, we're not doing that.
Oh, I switched some of the letters around.
We're not doing that one to one. But we can do a purple worm thing. I was kind of thinking that where we have purple worms that are just eating through space, right? And we just give them a reason to from time to time go to planets. But they don't necessarily have to do that, right?
They don't eat through space. They pop from one planet to the other. It's space folding. They always exist on a planet.
No, here's the problem with what you're describing. It doesn't give it an Underdark.
Every planet would have these big cavernous holes where they dig through, right?
Not necessarily. If we don't, okay, if we just make it the Underdark being like under space, that works better.
I don't want it to be under space. I want it to be in.
If you want it to be underground, that is.
Imagine this: like you're an explorer, and you notice that every planet have the, well, not every, but a lot of these planets have the same cavernous like holes and these same purple worms, where you don't know how they get there.
We could do that.
So I don't want like a different dimension because the worms spaceful.
Okay.
They always exist in real space. They always exist on a planet.
Okay, how long do the wormholes last?
They disappear instantaneously with the worm.
At which point it's not an actual good way of space travel then.
Yeah, it's a shit way to space travel. No one uses this. You need to ride the worm. You must ride the worm.
The problem with this is that the largest purple worms are so humongous.
Yeah.
There is no way them popping on a planet wouldn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, big tremors and all that.
It wouldn't just be big tremors. This would cause city scale sinkholes where worms will be passing through. This would literally be ingrained in so many cultures as a result. And we would have to rewrite all the different lores for all the different species to include them noticing the worms, which would mean everyone would know about different worlds really quickly, because at some point someone's going to follow a worm and go to another world. It would have lore-wide, like galactic-wide lore-changing implications.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to do like the actual sandworm thing where they start off as trouts?
I'm not going to one-to-one copy that, no. Fun fact, a level 2 player can have a pet purple worm. Yes, but not a huge one. The problem is the impact a purple worm traveling like this would have on the galactic stage. Because a worm that's able to just warp from place to place, that is big enough to swallow buildings, is going to leave a mark, no matter how long it takes for a worm to get from one place to another. Yeah, I understand in normal D&D. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying with what we're discussing right now.
Okay. That does have big impacts, right?
Yeah. It will have really big impacts, unless we give a reason why.
They hate all the normal planets.
In which case, why are people... Again, this is the other thing. It doesn't help with the underdog situation. Because why would a group of people migrate underground and stay there? To the point where they evolve into a completely separate species. Or at least a subspecies with different traits and different genes and stuff. There's no reason for them to migrate to live in a place that would then be called the Underdark. Because it's just underground. It's not actually Underdark. It has no commonality between any of these caverns. And the different Underdark species will not interact as a consequence of this.
So you have a web-way situation?
Honestly, a web-way situation might work a little better. But I'm not sure, that's the thing. It imposes a lot of issues as well. It creates more problems as well, because now you're creating like another dimension, and also
okay, fine, Gel Planet, right? That's the easiest one.
Gel Planet is so easy, but also the implication.
Look, Gel exists. Look, Australia exists. We actually just throw them into Gel Planet. It's a new thing. All the Underdark species are new thing. Gel Planet. Okay.
We could do a Gel Planet. But then the purple worms,
they exist on
they exist on the Gel Planet because freaking Australia, innit?
It sucks. It's actually Australia. That's all
the Underdark is a planet, but then also it is a planet full of caverns. Sure. And even if you go out onto the surface, it's just dark.
Why?
Because it's orbiting, I don't know. Oh, maybe it's just the atmosphere is so thick or something.
Okay. Ooh, Venus type world would be nice.
A Venus type world.
Where that would make it a great penal colony because you can't escape, because you go up, you die.
Yeah. The planet might also just have Okay, it might be a planet surround. For some reason, getting out of the planet would be horrendously bad.
No, normal planet, it's a Venus. Done.
Sure. Why isn't Venus turned into now? Because humans would colonize it. Anyway, Cyril said you had an idea. You know how? Oh, you mean like in DnD to get like a purple worm pet?
You get the egg. Like half.
There is a thing. I don't remember what it was, but there is a thing you can do. I don't recall. I know you can get it as a pet, and I know it's a thing, but I don't recall how.
But the FTL blink game thing is so nice. I like that idea.
Mark of handling human. Wow.
Yeah.
Anyways, the blink gate idea is a good idea.
It's just that, yeah, you're right. History-wise, like a lot of cultures will have a stinking underdog.
Yeah, but it also wouldn't connect properly into a proper underdark.
Yeah, because it's all in real space.
It's all in real space, and it's all on planets, and you would need people to migrate down and stay there. The thing about the underdark was, other than like,
I was gonna say shroom mining.
like depending on the species, but like, depending on the setting, right? The different settings have different ways of doing it. But for the most part, it's always people venture to the underground and get lost there and can't get out. And enough people do it that you start forming like civilizations underground.
Well, you said the big sinkholes, right? People just fall in.
Yeah, but no, okay. The thing about the other thing about the Underdark is it's a whole ecosystem down there.
Yeah.
And you need a reason why people don't want to leave. If people fall into a sinkhole, people want to get out. You don't start a civilization down there. You don't necessarily do that. It's a sinkhole. That's the other thing. You're gonna die down there. No, the Underdark is basically, it needs to be a place where people start a civilization to the point where, you know, the different species evolve differently and develop traits that are different.
But penal colony is so lame.
Penal colony is very lame. It is, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sure, whatever.
But the thing is, that's the thing. I'm not sure I want to do penal colony because I don't like the idea.
Okay.
That's the thing. I'm not fully comfortable with the idea.
What we got here?
The best idea I currently have is from time to time. So the purple worms are essentially space megafauna, right? These are literally kaijus.
Yes.
Right? And they exist in space. Because of that, like, one of the things they have evolved to do is they can tunnel quotation mark into subspace. It is not like a different dimension, it is just subspace to our normal dimension.
The one blink.
Underground.
Okay.
Underground. To space-time underground, basically. And from time to time, they've intersected with different planets, creating weird warp ripples that from time to time people just venture in and disappear because the warp ripples might just be one way, right? In fact, some of them have been so big, the warp or the wormholes basically, that entire cities have been swallowed up, never to be seen again. Thus, every single civilization has the same stories of cities just getting swallowed. For example, humans have Atlantis. Yeah. And swallowed by a great flood. What happens when you suddenly leave a depression in an area, right? And then all these cities just get swallowed up into this subspace and they can't leave and are thus now forced to stay in this subspace where the only paths they can use to travel is these unstable holes created by the purple worms, but you can't guarantee traveling like the holes will be stable because they are going to collapse, right? Like a wormhole. They are going to collapse, creating, you know, underground collapse, what's it called again? Cave-ins?
Yeah.
And cut off roofs from time to time, the same way the actual Underdark works.
So this is a webway.
It's essentially a webway, but people in there have no real way of traveling out. Yeah.
They can't go out.
They can't easily travel out.
Unless they tail a worm or something.
Unless they tail a worm who just so happens to go out, or they find a opening into the surface that is still stable. Because the surface, like every single hole, it will collapse. It will just stay. It will stay stable, but depending on the stability, sometimes it'll just collapse. So none of the holes are permanent.
So everyone, like, there's just a bunch of cameras here and there.
There are just a bunch of. I've just created migrating cities, haven't I? There are just a bunch of migrating cities that have to travel into more stable wormhole spaces and just stay there for a bit. Oh, the space is getting unstable. Time to pack up and move. Mortal engine. I've created mortal engines in subspace.
Okay, is there a ground in this subspace?
Yes, there is a ground. There's a
down.
There is a actually, why don't we make it so that the walls of the cave have gravity, so you can build cylinder cities.
Okay, there's an out and then
there's an out and an in.
Okay.
What if the worm is a city?
The worm is the city.
Sure. Doesn't quite work.
Look, big worm inside, slow digestion.
Doesn't digest organic material. It doesn't work that way.
It still digests, but you know how, like,
they digest really slowly.
Yeah. Worms, they take like weeks.
I think we
not right enough.
Attribute spaces in a body wrong. There's no proper holes in a body, not really. That's not how bodies work. That's not how biology works. That's not how that works. So maybe some species could do that, like the biggest worms. But honestly, see, the thing about making them live in worms, right, is this is another important thing to discuss. Building a setting is one thing, but you're also building a setting to be played in a game.
Yeah.
What's the point of a civilization in a purple worm if you're not going to interact with it?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of weird.
If someone goes into the purple worm and there's nowhere to get out, like if the civilization inside has a way of getting out, why haven't they gone out?
Okay, so
right, there's no benefit to being in a worm that's constantly eating you.
Okay, what is it again? We're going to toss that idea. We're going back to the webway.
Yeah, the webway idea.
Okay.
It is a
bunch of cameras. And how do cities?
How do cities what?
Quote unquote move out.
You build a huge cylinder in it. You can have different cities have different ways of moving depending on the civilization and the tech they had with them when they were drawn in, or the tech they've managed to collect that has been like sucked in, etc., etc., etc.
Food?
Different, like food that's been collected. That we can go with the mushroom idea. There's life here, because essentially what we've created is the same way that like underwater thermal vents are all based on like bacteria that synthesize the chemicals. Everything here is based on available space that the worms have created. And then as a result, the breakdown of this subspace, there are fungi and different fungi that like eat this subspace, creatures that eat the fungi, and so on and so on. So the holes that the worms create are essentially whale falls.
But
so it's really like earthworms digging through the earth and then creating, like, leaving nutrients behind. But it's partially that, but also it makes it easier for these fungi to digest, quotation mark, the energy of whatever substance is left behind.
First of all, this is basically another plane.
Kind of, yes.
It is another.
Yeah.
It's another setting.
It's another setting, yes.
And okay, I'm having a hard time to visualize because in my brain, it literally looks like a bunch of like Cartesian coordinate grids,
It's the Underdark.
but there's rocks and shit.
You're literally describing the Underdark, yes.
Okay, so it's just the Underdark.
It's literally just the Underdark. We're just giving it a sci-fi makeover. Yes. Yeah. And different cities have different ways of moving out. Certain cities will like, everything is attached to a huge,
So is it infinite?
it's like a craft world from 40K, but it looks more like one of those ships from the Matrix.
Okay.
Where, you know, you can travel through tight corridors like that. And then when it stops in a location, it anchors itself, it opens up with all these different things, all the farms open up and they start like just planting things to make the fungi grow faster, so on and so forth. It spreads scents so that all the different creatures will come and it will stay there for maybe like an in thing year or two, and then when they sense it's getting unstable, they pack up and go. Others have like buildings that individually can pack up and start going out. So when they move, it's literally like a fleet of ships moving through these huge tunnels, and they're more versatile in how they can plant themselves, and then they can keep shifting the shape of the city every time they want to do something.
I don't like that it's just the Underdark and all.
It's just the Underdark. We're just adding some stuff to it.
So is it actually just all dirt?
I wouldn't know if we call it dirt, but sure, we can go with all dirt and stone and stuff.
Forever?
Yes.
I don't like that.
Because it's the Underdark. You would have like, okay, sure, you might have different caverns that are like full of dominant creatures. Like there might be a cavern that's kind of like the what they call the lush caves from Minecraft, because the plants there have figured out a way to stabilize the local space-time and are just, it's now a constant permanent cavern, so on and so forth. But beyond that, it is an ever-shifting maze, the same way the Underdark is.
It's all dirt?
It's all rock and stone.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold that it's just the like
It's just the Underdark.
The plane of dirt?
No, it's not the plane of dirt. It's not a different plane. It's literally our material plane, but you know, subspace.
That's dumb.
It's subspace.
Not sold.
It is subspace. It works. Yes. The people inside the worm see the worm as a god. Here's the problem, Cyrus. At some point, the people inside the worm won't know they're in a worm. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. About what? About being in a worm? Yeah, I know. There's a ton of stories about this. It's literally just the Underdark.
There's something about it. Like, it would be cooler if it's like the Doctor Strange mirror world, where it's...
I was thinking that is the other option as well, which was that the other option the third option I had was, it is, so you know how we have the material plane, we have the Feywild, and then we have the Shadowfell, right? So the normal way those worlds exist is you have, so let me just show everyone. You have the prime material, and then the higher up you go, the more positive things are. You then go into the Feywild, and then the more negative things are, you go into the Shadowfell, right? What if the prime material plane itself has like a mirror, right? An opposite mirror where
It's all dirt.
it's not all dirt. Everything is reflected. Where planets are is hollow space. Where hollow space is material. It's just all kinds of material. It's not just dirt. It just so happens that our minds think dirt because we're on a planet. But it's just every kind of material. And then, yeah, that's it. That's why, like, worms evolved in this mirror dimension. Because everything is just matter. It's solid. And they've evolved to dig through the stuff. And the stable regions of holes, right, will have ecosystems in them. They're basically like planets, except reversed. They're planet or solar systems size like holes. I don't think I like that better.
Not so.
Exactly. I don't think I like that
I
better.
don't like inventing a new plane of third.
Exactly. I don't like that. So that's why we're not doing that.
The Underdark will be shelved now.
And this is why I don't want to talk about it, because there's so many things about the Underdark that I'm still not sure about. Every idea I've come up with, I don't like. I don't like any of the idea. You know? Yeah.
I feel okay, let me develop the Boltzmann drive thing a little bit more. I'll think of every consequence.
Sure. You can try and develop that more, but like the thing about the Underdark is people need to be there. There needs to be a reason why people are there, have developed civilization, and have evolved differently. That's the thing about the Underdark that's tripping it up. And also, it needs to be a way of connecting the different worlds without really becoming an FTL thing. One of the nice things about the subspace thing is that it can function as a pathway to different worlds, but you actually have to travel under the constraints of general relativity because it's still the real space. You can now actually walk from planet to planet, but if you're walking from planet to planet, there's no way you're getting there fast enough. That's one of the nice things about it. You can do it, but it's not practical because it's a cavern that's constantly collapsing. You have no control over anything here. You can't really dig through it. You know? So yeah. The subspace is it solves a lot of the problems.
But it sucks. I don't like it.
It solves a lot of the problems. The problem you are having is you keep thinking of it as dirt. It's not dirt. It is space. The worms are treating space-time as an actual material that they're eating through.
I don't care.
You have problems, my friend.
I don't want to invent a new plane.
It's not a new plane! It's not a new plane. It essentially is the surface of a tree and inside the tree. Inside the tree is not a new plane.
What?
It's not a new plane. Your mind just needs to expand. Anyways, we'll talk about Underdark at some other point. Although Cyrus, I know you're trying to get our attention, but this is a discussion stream, so we are going to be discussing the main ideas here a bit more. So if we don't get to your thing, yeah, you gotta be a bit patient because it's a discussion stream. Ideas are gonna bounce back and forth quite a bit. Anyways, what do you do? What are you talking about? Level 20 campaign. Characters are druid and opening a pharmacy. Okay. That's a lot of options for stuff. That's very expensive. That is very expensive. Also, that's no longer a pharmacy, I don't think. I think that's a clinic. That's a clinic plus pharmacy. Anyways, let us... Oh, and I immediately forgot to set an alarm for ads. Luckily, I kind of remembered. But anyways, it's almost an hour and we haven't talked about the main topic yet, which is dwarves. But yeah, this is why I didn't want to go into the Underdark yet. Even though we were talking about planes and stuff, the Underdark has so many issues with it, just trying to come up with a stable solution. And that's why I kind of just maybe want to exclude it entirely and just say that all the different species that we find in the Underdark in a fantasy setting are just the different species that all decided for one reason or another, we're not gonna live on our main planet, and they became migratory, they became spacefaring, and that's just been living on their different ships. And they've met up and created this huge migratory fleet. Or maybe multiple migratory fleets.
I like spacers.
Yeah, they become spacers.
And like in 40k, spacers like are super laggy and super pale, right?
Yeah.
And all the Underdark guys are also super pale.
Not all of them. That's the thing though. Elves aren't.
Why did you carry like that? What's the point?
Racism in it. Come on, let's be, completely honest about this. It's racism. Even if the original intent was not racism, the ideas it might have been influenced by stem from racism. It's just unfortunate.
Deep
It's an
gnomes
unfortunate
and
part of
deep
this.
Dwarves.
Anyway, yeah, deep gnomes and deep dwarves are pale. The dark elves are dark.
Whatever.
We could give them a reason for it. Maybe they originally settled around a very hyperactive star and they developed a ton of melanin.
No, I want to say it's gene damage.
It could be gene damage, or we could make it so that they hide.
Space radiation. Their
It could be.
melanocytes.
Actually,
Elves have special melanocytes that activate through space radiation. So they get tanned.
every other species, their ships have stellar radiation shields. The elves don't. Because in this setting, we'll get to the elves at some point, but the elves in this setting are hyper specialists. Whenever they go into a new environment, within a very short amount of time, for them, because of the way their generations work, within a very short amount of time, they adapt to the environment. That's why there's so many different elves who are all specialized in different things.
And the dark skin is space
Is specifically there for space radiation. You know what? That works.
Okay. Boom, disappeared. The Underdark is just lingo for the...
The underdog is literally just space.
Yeah.
It's space. Space itself is the ultimate Australia. You know what? I agree with this. I agree with this.
And, space survey.
And we could literally just have the purple worms do the thing you were talking about, right? They literally open a wormhole to travel from one point to the other, and they can literally actually now be proper space fauna.
Oh my god.
They're actual space megafauna.
Okay, so they actually look like the Dune TV show.
Dune?
No, the movie. You know the highlighters?
Yeah. They look like that. They look like that. What they're eating, who knows? They just have their mouths just open.
They eat rocks.
The problem with that is, why haven't they come to the solar system then?
Super.
Could.
Ooh.
Maybe that's why gravitational distortions happen.
The purple worm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna steal from 40k per bit.
Uh-huh.
Large gravity wells. Folding.
You know, that works.
So they only exist in interstellar space.
That works. Yeah, that's why they don't come to planets. They go to rogue planets.
Rogue planets, and they're filter feeders. They just
Yeah, they're filter feeders, sure.
just feed on interstellar dust.
Yeah, they feed on the interstellar medium.
Occasional rogue planet.
Yeah. Yeah. A rogue planet to them is like a whale fall. You have a bunch of them just munching because they're not as big as a planet,
Then
but they can eat planets given enough
they
time.
create underdarks.
They create caverns. Sure, they can create caverns. They can trail species on them, we can say. They are like fungi species that will have spores cling to them. Whenever these these worms find a planet, eat the parts they want and leave, the remaining planet now has, while they're eating, these spores will sense the right environmental conditions, quickly flower, colonize the entire planet, and then throw the spores back onto the worm. So when the worm leaves for another planet, they carry their spores to that planet, and now this planet is entirely a spore planet.
You know how like things like plants are seeded when like we eat them.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah, it's essentially seeds.
The worm eats the thing.
The worms are now,
Crap out the shit.
yeah, they're basically birds now.
Yeah.
They're basically birds.
And
We could do that. Yeah.
and the spacer makes space stations around these rogue planets.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Because the worm has literally already opened up the planet. There's so much material there. Yeah. We can absolutely do that.
It's a pirate bay type.
Plus, also, since the worms deposit spores, it's a great way of getting food. Biomaterial. Yeah. Actually, yeah. This works.
Ooh, like you know how the Underdark is basically crime central. Rogue planets in sci-fi are known.
Yeah. They can become like pirates.
Pirate bay.
Pirate base. Yeah. Literally pirate base.
And a lot
It's
of
space.
spacers are usually just expat.
Yeah, we can do that. Anyways, 30 seconds until ads.
Yes, we solved it.
30 seconds until ads.
Easy, we solved it.
So we're gonna take a quick ad break. Yeah, go stretch your legs, grab something to drink. We'll be back and then actually talk about dwarves. We can actually talk about dwarves after this. So yeah, see you all in 3 minutes after the ad break, everyone.
I'm so glad.
See you all in a bit. All right, give me a moment, everyone. We're setting up a quick Discord thing. Have you set it up? Have you not logged in yet? Right, I'm gonna call you right now. We're setting up a Fugi thing, and it's taking a while. Yeah, this Discord, okay. Try speaking real quick. Okay, do that again.
Hello.
All right. That works.
Put my
How do I stop monitoring it? Okay.
if I don't select anything next happen.
You're cutting off from your mic.
Oh, okay. How's this?
That's better.
Yeah.
If you don't select another next image, nothing happens. You don't have to like put anything else. Just put that image
There
in.
we go.
Put that image for everything. Yeah. Done?
Done.
Okay, let me select a browser source, Fugi. There. Put you here. Try
Hello.
speaking. There we go. There you go. Now you can speak.
Hello.
Say you'll bounce. You go up and down. And you'll light up.
Bound.
There. You're cutting off a bit for some reason.
That's because I set my too high, I guess.
Oh, maybe actually. You might have set your gain too high.
Low. Yeah, this should be good.
Okay. All right. Where were we? Talking
were
about
talking about
dwarves.
space.
We should be talking about dwarves. Let me quickly set an alarm so that I know when the next thing is coming. The next ad is coming. All right. Let's talk about dwarves. Let's finally actually talk about dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. So, right, I've written down a few things here, but I think I'm going to use this to illustrate it. The paint to illustrate it more. So, in this setting, I am thinking, well, one of the reasons I came up with this setting in the first place was because of the idea that, the dwarves, the gnomes, and the halflings might have come from the same world if they were like an alien species, because they're all, a specific height,
Yes.
right? And if you all come from a gravitationally dense world,
Super
like a
Earth.
super Earth, it would explain the height, right? They all just evolved in different environments, thus giving them different characteristics, different traits and stuff. And that idea intrigued me enough that this entire thing spun out from that, basically. It was that and elves. It was that and elves, basically. Also, I think I know why your gain is high, because echo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so the idea is that all three species. Let me grab a thing first. Dwarves. Maybe a different color, just so it's easy to see. Dwarves. Gnomes. Halfling. All evolved on the same planet. But under different environment circumstances. And thus, even though they have some similar traits, they are vastly different from each other. The same way humans used to have other relatives like Neanderthals, like the Denisovans, like the actual like hobbits.
Yeah, we killed them all,
We
though.
killed them all. But what if, you didn't kill them all, right? And
Oh, crazy.
this is the idea of that. It is all of these came from the same common ancestor, and they all, I don't think I want them to independently develop intelligence, because I want this world is a world where intelligence is hard to come by. Like life exists, but intelligent life is rare.
Okay, so let's say dwarf, proto dwarf, for lack of a better word.
There's a common ancestor.
Had like the brain capacity of what it takes to be like big brain.
Yes, to be big brain. Okay, let's note that down. Okay, hold on. Common ancestor.
Like we do know that us humans, right?
Yeah.
Hominid humans, our like ancient ancestor did have a big brain.
They did have a big brain, yeah. That's why like our relatives are also kind of big brain.
They are
They are big brain. They're not just kind of, they are big brain. Some of them have bigger brains than
Neanderthals
us.
make tools, Nisabins had burial rites.
Yeah.
Like
Technically, we know Neanderthals actually had bigger brains than us. The problem with them is
we killed all of them.
we outcompeted them because a brain is a huge caloric sink.
Yeah.
You need
And
so much food to maintain it. And in an environment where, because we were basically more efficient with our energy use, we had smaller brains, so that's less energy use.
we're smaller, period.
Period. But yeah, so there was a common ancestor that was big brain, and then at some point the lineage split off. And I kind of did a bit of research already on this. Dwarves and halflings have some similar traits, because there's a specific halflings that have poison
Stout.
resistance.
Yeah,
Right?
the stout halflings.
Yeah, stout halflings. Whereas gnomes don't really have any similarities with the others, other than being short.
Well,
Dark vision. Halflings
they
don't
all
have dark vision, right? Halflings don't have dark vision.
halflings don't have dark vision. But that
vision.
can be like independently.
Yeah,
like,
that can be an independent thing.
Aldo, if you want to say like the fleetfoot halflings and like the forest gnomes are similar.
We could, but that could just be because they evolve in roughly similar locations.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. There is a rock and forest gnome.
Yes, but that's just like where you find them.
Yeah.
Rock gnome. What are the rock gnome traits again? They're just smart.
Rock gnomes can apparently good at tinkering, whereas forest gnomes are good at minor illusions.
Yeah. Okay, gnomes are bigger brained. End of sentence. They don't actually have any evolutionary differences.
Yeah,
Other than they're just smarter.
they're just smarter because they especially in the timeline I'm about to show you, they had a relatively easier time, like evolutionary pressure speaking, compared to the other two. So the idea I currently have is that at some point in the evolutionary timeline, the common ancestor lineage split into what eventually evolves into gnomes, and then the common ancestor to dwarves and halflings. For lack of a better word, we are just going to temporarily call these things dwarflings.
I wanted to say that the gnome is the closest to what the original guy is,
We could say something like that.
because they do actually have, other than big brain, least changes.
They are the least changes, but they have adapted to their specific environment. Other than those adaptations, a lot of things are still relatively similar to the old ancestors, which we need to figure out what it is. Well, we actually don't need to figure out what it is.
Right? Like, who cares? Right?
No care,
Like,
yeah.
you can draw like a gnome, dwarf, halfling, caveman thing and say, there, that one.
Yeah.
There's a roughly humanoid shape that's 3 foot tall.
Yeah. But anyways, the common ancestors of dwarf and halflings, we're just going to temporarily call them dwarflings for just for convenience sake. They split at some point into dwarves and halflings. And those then themselves continued to differentiate into their different environmental niches.
Yeah.
But they were more subspecies than anything else. Whereas dwarf and halflings are like wolves and dogs, I guess. Though that's not quite accurate either.
Yeah, because you can like crossbreed.
You
like,
can cross, yeah, you can.
you can crossbreed a dog with a wolf.
Yeah, you can.
Very well-known fact.
Yeah.
Can you crossbreed a dwarf with a halfling? You want yes or no? Yes or no answer.
Honestly, I want to make things simple and say no.
You know all hominids can co-create.
I know, that's the thing, but then mechanically, what do you do?
They're all mules. Who cares?
Wow. No, the thing is,
they're just not a playable race. End of sentence.
Sure, we'll do that then. But yeah, this is the current web of evolution.
Oh, we can do the Danmashi thing, right?
Huh? What Damashi thing?
Marcel is quote unquote half. Oops.
Spoilers
Spoilers.
for people.
Marcel is a half elf, but she's still considered just an elf.
Mm-hmm.
And like, no one cares.
We could absolutely do that. It could also just be like in modern quotation, in this setting, in the modern times, the differentiation is like, no one really cares. They all come from the same planet, so they're like, and we'll see. Because the problem with that is, I do want them to also have their own like cultures and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
what's the name of this planet?
I don't know yet. I originally was thinking the what's it called? The Norse name for what the dwarf plane was.
Oh, Midgard? Sure, you can call it Midgard.
No, Midgard is not the dwarf plane.
Oh, like the Dwarven place. Starts with
Vital harm. That's not SV, right?
Norse.
I don't recall what the dwarf realm was. Svartalheim?
No. Fuck. Piss off. I know this. Wait, just
hold on, I'll find it. Oh, Nidavellir. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Svartalheim.
That's the correct one.
I said Svartalheim.
I can't hear you.
You never listen. That's
I
the
never
thing. On Nidavellir, but like, do I want to do that? That's the thing.
What, you want
Just go Svartalheim, but like,
just straight up call it that?
yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I want to straight up call it that. I don't have a name for that planet yet. So we'll name the planet at some point.
Look, every guy will just call it Dirt. The planet Dirt.
The thing is, okay, we need to go into a lot of history for how they evolved. Because they didn't intermix that frequently. And this is one of the ways I'm making it so that how they didn't outcompete each other and kill each other off.
A big Earth.
First off, it was a big super Earth, right? It was a huge planet.
There was simply enough room to go around.
It was probably, I'm gonna say at this point, maybe 2 times
the surface area?
the density of Earth. So it's probably like 1.5 to 1.7 times the surface area of Earth. Also, it didn't have as big ocean coverage. So there's more land.
It's all land.
So there's more land.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's more quotation mark real estate to go around.
There would be also a shit ton of deserts.
There would be. I need to think of like more of the geology of this, but let me just quickly explain the timeline I have, and then we can think of the geology to make it work, basically.
Yeah.
But it's a huge planet. That's why all the species there are short, because you don't want to fight gravity, especially if you're a biped.
Yeah, you're a biped.
Kind of a bad
spinal problems.
evolutionary thing.
Like on 1G, we already have spine problems, right?
Yeah. So like it's a huge planet, but also they each evolved to take up different niches in different environments. So there was no reason for them to venture out that far to places where they didn't have like an advantage niche wise. And it was only when they got to even during hunter gatherer stage, there was no reason for them to intermix because of the environment. It was when they started getting to essentially when they unlocked the tech tree to create tools and settle down and create agriculture and stuff. The environment with that was too similar. Also, your mic is starting to point in my direction.
Okay.
But yeah, when they started doing agriculture and stuff like that, that was when their it wasn't just because of agriculture, but because they started venturing out for like discovering new lands and stuff. When they discovered each other, at that point they had started reaching tech levels where they could generate enough food for it themselves. And they also developed more robust languages and, the various different understandings of the world. So at that point, fighting was not as necessary a thing. And because they are also their individual niches are so different from each other, there was no competing with each other because they have their own different like niches.
Okay, I can see it too. And since it's like secretly all land, right? Like the main reason humans proliferated, well, the Western people, is because there's the golden spot known as the Mediterranean Sea, which is like the best thing ever, right? And we can make boats to travel, and then they got their boat level teched up, right?
Yeah.
In all dirt planet, only land. Walking's hard, Land travel sucks. Land travel sucks forever.
It does suck forever, yeah. But yeah, this is currently the idea for the planet. We might change things around just to get the geology to work. But yeah, part of the reason this planet has so little water is a lot of it is... Actually, I'm not even sure I want to do
No,
this.
it has just as much water as Earth. It's just that there's just more land now.
There are more land now. But the other thing is, because of how dense the planet is, the atmosphere is denser.
Yes,
that is a consequence of that.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe more water. I don't know. Would that mean more water?
You want
really, no.
You want the actual speculative?
Actually, it would be harder to boil water here because of the higher.
But only a little bit. It actually even if you double the bar, it doesn't change it that much.
It doesn't change that much. It's not 100 degrees Celsius. It's like maybe 105, 110 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it is negligible.
Yeah,
evaporation happens in any temperature anyway.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering how easy it is for water to then condense back onto the surface.
The same.
Probably the same, right?
Exactly the same.
Yeah, okay. Earth levels of water is just a bigger planet. Okay. But there's more air because the planet is able to hold on to more atmosphere because of the larger gravity. Yeah. This would mean, though, that it would be easier to fly if you get to fly. Because it would be easier to hover. There's more air to hold you up.
Yes.
Yeah. So actually, birds can be bigger.
Birds don't need to be bigger.
They don't need to be bigger. But
dragons can exist.
But that's the thing. I was gonna talk about that dwarf dragon rivalry, blah 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 thing. But we'll get to that in a bit. Actually, we can get to that now. That's the reason why dwarves and halflings hide. Okay, but anyways, let's look at the split real quick. Let's get to the split real quick. So the split happened because of environmental reasons. It's always environmental reasons, right? So the dwarves and the gnomes, or the dwarflings and the gnomes split because the gnomes started moving more towards greener zones like forests and stuff. And the dwarves started moving to more, I wouldn't say maybe arid, but the more rocky terrain, basically. The difference, I guess, would be...
I think okay, easy.
Yeah.
A response to the megafauna is to go to where there is no plain, because plains suck. Okay, you said high atmosphere.
Plains suck, yes.
Yeah, so if I am a big brain like ancient guy, I'll be like, plains suck.
Yes.
Let's go everywhere that's not plains.
Yeah.
So we go to the mountain.
Yeah, so that's why the gnomes and the dwarflings split. One went to like the more mountainous areas and started actually going underground to hide from
Everyone goes underground.
The flying megafauna. And then the gnome ancestors went to forests with canopy where bigger birds and bigger flying things had trouble getting to them. Now the issue is, how did the halflings come about? Because the halflings like plains.
Trees can be taller too.
That's the thing. That's the other thing. Trees can't actually be taller. And the denser atmosphere means that winds are stronger, meaning trees actually might not develop leaves as easily.
They need to be thicker.
They need to be thicker, they need to be more robust, which means actually the most effective way to be a tall tree might to just be to go back to what our Earth did way back when we had huge funguses as trees, which is literally just a dildo to the air.
Yep.
Yeah.
Palm trees would be a nicer word here.
Palm trees, actually, yeah.
Yeah, but because of how trees like lift water up, it's a suction of straw.
Yeah.
So there's literally, it's a simple formula where gravity is the main factor.
Yeah.
Like at some point the water just starts vaporizing.
Yes.
So like they would be like only half the height. It's still pretty tall.
You guys, here's the thing. The thing about getting like water vaporizing when we get to a certain height, right, is that redwoods use that literally to draw moisture.
Yes.
And they can also draw moisture from the atmosphere.
But there's a maximum height.
Certain trees might develop the mechanisms to capture moisture from the air and also utilize evaporation as a way to draw water and thus grow higher. But there is a maximum height. There is still a maximum height. And the denser atmosphere would also limit how wide trees grow and so on and so forth. So it could be that gnomes specifically migrated to a forest where such a tree evolved, right? But it didn't proliferate outside of that area, and so thus you have this area where gnomes are. And then dwarflings went to the mountains and stuff. And then maybe one day, because of a shift in the climate and stuff, the flying megafauna all died out.
No. They hit a tech level where they can just kill all of them. Like we did.
We could do that, but then why do they remain underground?
Tradition.
Okay, it could be. Okay, no, I got it. They did hit a tech level where they could clear everything off, and the people who ventured out to do that were the halflings. That's why they're so good in dexterity, because they needed to aim with their bows and spears and stuff.
Yeah, and they're known as brave.
Yeah, and they're known as
all
brave.
halflings are brave,
yes, they're known
and lucky.
To be brave. Yeah,
because you need to be a damn lucky bastard to like kill dragons on your
So when
time.
they hit the tech level to get hunting stuff, the hunters that went out to colonize new land and were able to deal with the megafauna became the halflings.
I mean, they are the most plain-dwelling one.
Yeah.
They live at the almost surface.
They live on the surface, but they do have like dens underground.
Hobbit holes.
They still have their holes underground. I mean, of course, it's still safer to be underground. But if you want to rear like children, it's still safer for them to be underground. But they can actually deal with the megafauna threat, and they wipe them out. It could also be that it was already actually, because this is how the problem with all megafauna anyways. Sustaining yourself is already expensive
4.
tasks,
Yeah.
the halfling came along and started hunting everything else, domesticating everything, wiping out swaths of territory by turning them into farmland. And the megafauna were, because of that, started struggling. Add on top of that the hunting pressure of, something hunting you, they were gonna die out. Yeah, the range shrunk and then they were hunted. Combine these two together, they were, all the megafauna in the plains area that the halflings are at all died out. The dwarves, there are no mega flying fauna there because everything goes underground. It's the mountains.
It's the
mountains. So the dwarves were able to completely colonize the mountains. Maybe even go outside. That's how they get like goats and stuff. Dwarves riding goats. None of the flying megafauna ever evolved there because why would you? There's literally no food.
There's no food. It's all rocks.
It's all rocks. There's no reason for them to develop there.
And if you're a flying thing, you'll crash into them.
Yeah, you crash into things. In the Gnomes forest, the megafauna that couldn't hunt, in order to survive, they needed to evolve to be smaller. Because that's how it always works. So they might still exist. They are descendants of the megafauna there, but they're all small now. Yeah. But they still can't hunt the gnomes because gnomes smart.
They're just smart.
They're gnomes smart and they know how to traps and stuff and do illusions and stuff.
Yeah, they're clever.
They are very clever. So they use traps and stuff to protect themselves, and they're already small. Now all the hunters there are the species that hunt them, the predators are small, so the gnomes don't have to fear giant reptiles from the air snatching them up again. Actually, I'm not sure if I want to do reptiles or birds yet. Thinking about it. Still thinking about it.
I want to do just straight up dragon.
I want to do dragon-like creatures. I don't want to do dragons because dragons have their own plane or have their own planet.
Okay.
But it could be a dragon-like creature because convergent evolution, and that's why dwarves specifically have a thing against dragons because it reminds them of these old enemies. Like maybe there was a specific type of megafauna that can still glide in the mountains. It was a descendant of the flying megafauna. It can glide in the mountains because, mountainous area, but it's evolved to also be snake-like and burrow. Chinese dragons. Kind of like Chinese dragons. Basically giant snakes with wings, but are reptilian.
What? You want to just invent the Balrog at them?
What?
You want to invent the Balrog?
Balrog?
Like ish. In the
just
same fashion.
Think Chinese dragon.
Yeah, okay.
Just think Chinese dragon, but with like smaller wings. Wyverns. We'll say wyverns.
Yeah, I want to say is the Aztec one.
That works too. Yeah, basically something like that. A burrowing, a thing that was used to be in the skies but then learned to burrow. Yeah, and that became like the dwarves' predator, but the dwarves have since either tamed or completely wiped them out.
Pick your poison.
Or have hunted them to the point where they only exist in like specific locations, like small, yeah. And the dwarves now no longer have to worry about them because they've hit a tech level where they're like, the things just avoid us now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we could do that, yeah. But just let me note that down.
And then we're like, and then y'all are like, why do all these races get cool worlds with like big monsters? And like, we used to have big monsters. We just killed all of them.
Everything. Yeah. We actually did kill everything.
Now it's all safe and nice. Thank your ancestors for killing all the big things.
Yep. Anyways, let me quickly just do this. All right. Okay, I need to note this down then. Let me go to the thing. Okay, I did note down a few things, but let's get that in a moment. Gnomes evolved
Can you move the halflings up from the dwarves? I want the dwarves to be a branch of the halfling.
Well, are they a branch of the halflings?
Well, I don't. Because geographically, the halflings are simply nearer to the plains, right? If like you're doing a migratory thing, they will go from the plains to a location, right?
Let's see.
Because most of the earth is plains, by the way.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, because there will be very little mountains because it's high gravity.
Yes.
So they had to migrate away from the plains, but the ones who stayed became the halflings.
Yeah.
No, if that was the case, we'll have to change. Okay, how do we change this?
Just like I'm thinking about it like you know how humans came from Africa and then we did the thing.
Yeah, I know. But then we'll have to, because okay, the problem with that is if that was the case, then halflings would be the closest thing to the common ancestor.
But that's fine, right?
That would not explain why halflings and dwarves share so much blood. Unless the gnomes split earlier than that.
Yeah, the gnomes split off earlier. They capitalized the forest first.
They split off. Okay, then we'll have to. Okay, hold on. We need to remap everything. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So this is common ancestor. This is the line. The line then split here.
Yeah, to gnomes and the dwarflings.
To gnomes, right? And then the other one goes to.
Yeah, because we do notice that the gnomes share nothing with each other, right? So that's fine.
Yeah. And then some point here, they develop poison resistance, which is the big thing that they share, right?
Yeah. At least the stout halflings do.
Yeah.
They do lose it at some point.
Yes. So poison resistance somewhere along here. And then along here you get the dwarfling.
Yeah.
And then the dwarfling splits into halfling and...
Yeah, like equal split, sure.
That was what we had before.
Yeah?
So, what do you want to change?
I don't know, the line looks better now.
It was the same thing.
Sure is.
It is the same thing. Why did I need to split it? Why did I need to change it?
I like this one better. Aesthetically.
You're dumb. You're actually dumb.
It looks better.
You're actually dumb.
This one looks better.
No, it doesn't.
Trust.
No, it doesn't. Dwarves. And then halflings.
And I don't know, the halfling subset just eventually loses the poison resistance because they eat like cultivated foods more.
Yeah.
And stop drinking as much.
They didn't need to. It could be that when they go underground, a lot of the underground species they need to eat were poisonous. And they need to adapt to that. But now they didn't have to anymore. The dwarflings were basically the ones with poison resistance. They evolved into dwarves and halflings. The dwarves remained underground where there are like poison pockets, where there's more like still poisonous plants and stuff. They kept eating them, and thus all dwarves have poison resistance. But halflings ventured back to the plains. And the ones at the plains lost poison resistance.
Can you say the gnomes invented fire first? That's why their brains are so big.
Hold on, let me think.
That's how we did it.
I know, but like, okay, all of them independently discovered fire, we could say. Oh, we could say gnomes and dwarflings independently discovered fire. And that's why dwarves and halflings also have fire.
Yeah,
but gnomes discovered it first because
they had easier access to fire.
They have easier access to fire because they had trees, they have wood, thunder was a thing, lightning was a thing. They were above ground. Fire was an easier thing to get.
Fire in like enclosed space kills people.
Yes. So even if the dwarflings discovered fire, they might not use it as readily. Yeah. Absolutely. That is a thing.
They ate more good food, and so their brains became
let's
bigger.
go back to this. Gnomes evolved in forests. Okay, common ancestor. Yeah, gnomes evolved in forests where the canopy protected them from the flying megafauna. Because there's no way it's ground megafauna.
Nah.
Ground megafauna would be flat.
It would be snakes.
Would be snakes. It would be snakes.
Well,
that's why some of them live up in the trees. Some of them.
That's why the gnomes evolved to live out on the trees. Yeah.
Or dig holes.
Yeah. They also lived in tree houses to escape the snake-like megafauna.
Or on the ground, rock gnomes exist.
Okay, here's the thing about... Here's the problem. Both above trees and underground are where snakes specifically hunt.
You're right.
Yeah. See, that's a problem.
Okay. But we do know stuff do escape the ground in forest. The ground sucks.
Yes, the ground sucks. So things will escape the ground. Maybe, let's see.
I don't know, invent something. Like a panther or something.
Panther would still be able to go up to the ground. We could say gnomes develop the ability to use magic and do illusions specifically to escape the snakes.
Okay, the tree people camouflage.
They camouflage.
The ground people live in dirt.
And then rock gnomes exist because snakes, yes, they do need to find burrows, but rocks, if you put rocks everywhere, they can't go through rocks. They can go through dirt, not rocks. Rocks is a completely different thing. So rock gnomes use like rocks to build their houses and stuff. And that makes it so that snakes have a harder time getting to them. Yeah. That works. Sure. They also live in trees to escape the snake, the forest floor. Yeah, the forest floor. Developed illusion magic to trick the snake-like megafauna that hunted them. The ground.
Ooh, that's why the rock gnomes are part and tinkerers, because they architecture.
Snake-like ground-based. Yeah. Later gnomes made houses out of rocks to further deter the snakes, and became good tinkerers as a result. There. All right, so that's gnomes. And then the common ancestor to dwarves and halflings moved into a more poisonous environment. Gaining poison resistance. The dwarves.
The food they subsisted on has poison.
Yeah, the food they subsisted on. mainly the food they ate.
Shitty place, all night shades.
Mm-hmm. It was just a poisonous environment. Like, I mean,
we're like that.
No. They moved to hills, right? The mountains, right? On a planet like this, what would be what would the mountains be made out of?
Granite. It's still granite.
Yeah, but it will also be thicker, right? And you might be able to find more metals there.
What? They all have lead poisoning.
The plants all have lead poisoning. The plants all use metals.
One could argue there would be less metals in the earth. They will all fall into the mantle.
Yeah, you could argue that, yeah.
But this is all speculative geology, so you can just say it doesn't.
Or it could be just that the environment they moved into was an environment where the things evolved to be poisonous. That's it.
Yeah.
Poisonous and venomous.
Yeah. All the plants suck.
I mean, like, if you're in a mountainous terrain where life is apparently quite hard, venom seems a pretty good thing to develop.
All your berries are poisonous.
All the berries are poisonous.
It's all nightshades all the way down.
You don't want things to eat your precious fruit, right? Well, not fruit. Maybe the plant. Yeah, you don't want things to eat your precious leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the dwarves went further into the mountains. The halflings returned to the plains as hunter-gatherers.
They were like, nah, the mountains suck too much. Actually, we'll try our luck with the dragons.
There's not enough space.
Yeah.
So they ventured out, basically. They were like, we're gonna find the people. They were like, we're gonna find new land and stuff. They
would like construct temporary housing, basically.
Their new weapons, spears, bows, slingshots.
Oh, the slingshot's a real one.
Yeah. Allowed them to deal with their previous
all the ballistics would suck on this world.
Predators. Why? To win?
Gravity.
No, they just compensate for it.
Throw harder?
Maybe not throw hard. No, they evolved to... You naturally develop an instinct for these things, okay?
Whatever your long-range weapon is will be shorter range.
Yeah, it would all be shorter range. It would all be shorter range. Yes, of course. That's why the halflings are brave. They need to wait for the things to rush at them, to hit them.
Yes.
And that's why they're also nimble. Because you need to hit and then get out of the way.
You're right.
And also, that's why they're also better at stealth. Because of the three, they're the ones that actually need to hide. They need to hide to ambush the predator. They just set traps so that the predator don't... the predator will go down for the thing and then they will hide somewhere where the predator isn't.
The halflings are the real ones. They're the real G's.
They're brave, after all.
They're brave, they're nimble, they're lucky, they're stealthy.
This prompted them to... Some of the wording here I don't agree with because it will make people think evolution as a direction, but not really. This is just evolutionary pressures allowing them to do things.
The people that are bad at this died. Therefore, they don't exist anymore.
To be more dexterous. Yes.
The people that aren't dexterous died. The people that aren't nimble died.
Yeah.
The people that aren't brave died.
Yeah. We'll put brave here, just so people understand.
The people that aren't lucky died.
Lucky literally becomes a core trait.
It is a core trait.
You need to be lucky.
It is their core trait.
Wow.
Look, if you're not lucky, you die.
Yeah. their methods of hunting involved ambush tactics, requiring them to be stealthy. There we go. Yeah, this is justifying all the things they have, basically.
Straight up, they have internal magic.
Internal magic to bend luck.
Probabilities, the wild magic shit.
Developed internalized probability manipulation. Subconscious.
So subconscious divination. If you want to use a magic route.
Thus becoming lucky. There. We can say at some point a mutation occurred in a group of halflings where they lost poison resistance. But because they were in an environment where poison resistance isn't needed, they survived and thus started, that gene managed to propagate. The same way we lost the ability to develop to
eat cheese.
No. The same way hominids developed basically the reason we get scurvy is because we are one of the only primate species that cannot synthesize vitamin C.
Because we had all the citrus everywhere.
So the reason for that is there was an ancestor who, maybe a bunch of ancestors, well, depending on how it goes, right? But a bunch of ancestors had a mutation happen where they stopped being able to naturally synthesize vitamin C. Because every mammal can do it.
True.
Right?
True.
We, the great apes, I don't even think it's just the great apes. It's like humans, right?
It's just humans.
I think it's either just human only. It's like the homus. Like the homo branch of the hominid branch of the family, or like a part of the great apes. But like one of our ancestors gained a mutation that prevented them from developing from naturally synthesizing vitamin C in their body. Normally, this would be a death sentence. It's scurvy. You develop scurvy.
And you die.
Right? But fortunately for that ancestor, and unfortunately for the rest of us, they lived in an environment where there was a bunch of citrus, so they could just get vitamin C from their environment. Okay, let me just illustrate this point, because
just fruits. Every fruit has vitamin C.
Yeah, every fruit actually. But yeah, let me just develop this so that people understand. And
we are called anthropoid primates.
Okay.
From the word, anthro.
Okay. All right. Let me just explain.
Guinea pigs can't.
Guinea pigs can't. Okay.
And that's it. That's the list.
That's it. We're on the same list as guinea pigs.
Some fish can't for some reason.
I know that's probably just convergent evolution. Okay. So, let's say this is our evolutionary tree. Okay, our evolutionary line. At some point, one of our ancestors, right, lost the ability to create vitamin C. Yes, okay, let me use more layman terms, okay? Our ancestor lost the ability to make vitamin C in their body.
Some bats and some birds. Passeriform birds.
Huh.
The hell is passeriform?
Anyways, let me do this. Yeah. Lost the ability to make vitamin C in their body. Yeah. This is one of our ancestors. Normally, this would kill them. This would be a death sentence normally, right? However, they lived in a fruit-rich environment, so they could get vitamin C from the food they ate. Yeah, from the food they ate. That allowed them to survive. Right? There was no evolutionary advantage to this. It's just that they survived and propagated. They were the ones who lived. And thus, after enough years of evolution, they gave rise to us. And this is why we get scurvy. How do you spell scurvy again?
Yeah, specifically for the science, it is a mutation in the GLO gene. We still have it, and we can fix it if we want to.
Hold on. I had it and then I lost it. SCURVY. There we go. I got it right. Yay.
But yeah, it's the species that mostly eat fruit loses the GLO gene. Like fruit bats and the birds that eat fruits, guinea pigs for some fucking reason.
It might be because our ancestors kept eating fruit.
Yeah.
God damn it, you ancestors.
We are arboreal species.
Or it could. Okay. Do we know if it's because they keep eating fruit and thus lose the gene, or could it be that a lot of different, at some point, because mutations happen, things lose the gene, but these are the only things that survived because they were eating fruit.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it might not be because you eat fruit thus you lose the gene. It could be that a ton of different species have lost the gene. Yeah, and then the ones that eat fruit are the ones that survive to pass on the gene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's usually that is what happens. That's how evolution works.
So my example actually works.
Yeah, like basically everyone, all the ones that like lose the GLO gene have to eat fruit.
Have to eat fruit, yes. And they're the ones who coincidentally are the ones who survive. Not coincident, but like, yeah.
They are
the ones that survive because they're the only ones who could survive. Because they're the only ones who were eating fruit and thus survived the whole ordeal.
This is selective. This is just evolution.
So anyone who says evolution is survival of the fittest doesn't know what they're talking about. Evolution is simply the ones who freaking survived.
Survival of the survive.
Survival of the you just so happen to got lucky. But I wouldn't say it meant necessarily get lucky, but it kind of is.
I want to say
it's survival of the ones who managed to pass on their gene, basically.
Yeah. I want to say the halflings that lose poison resistance got agriculture and started cooking more.
Yeah.
It's like, you know how like our food became better?
Yeah.
And there's less disease.
Yeah.
And so our appendix is useless now.
Mostly useless now.
The main thing is that our wisdom teeth became a problem.
Yeah, it became a problem because we were eating less hardy foods.
Yeah.
So our teeth are no longer aligned properly. But yeah.
Basically, the halflings like became agricultural. They cook their food. When you cook food, poison goes away, as you know.
Yeah, you denature the poison, and so you're fine.
Yeah, and the halflings that would have died to poison
didn't die, and thus the gene got passed down. So basically, this thing, the lost vitamin lost vitamin C synthesis thing, is what we are making happen to the halflings.
Yeah, but a lot later, when they hit like agricultural stage.
When they hit their agricultural stage, yes. So,
but this is a recessive gene mutation.
Some point they, some of them lost the gene that gave them poison resist. Just to make it clear, it's not like one gene that governs poison resist. You turn it on or off. But like
they lost the trait.
They lost the trait, basically. Yeah.
Changed gene to trait.
Lost the trait that gave them poison resist. But because their environment was no longer filled
because they invented agriculture.
Hold on. Different environment, what?
Byron.
Environment, cooking, food, agriculture. They survive to pass on that trait. No, they survive to procreate. Yes, there we go.
We can say it's a recessive gene mutation, like being a redhead. So, like, the stout one still exists because it's a dominant trait.
Yeah. So, hold on, where is that? We can say 50-50.
It's a recessive gene mutation.
Recessive. That's the wrong spelling for that. Recessive mutation. Again, not necessarily gene mutation, but
so a stout Punnett square. I just want both of them to exist.
Yeah, I know, I understand. Also, why did the ad suddenly start without letting me know?
Too bad.
3-minute ad break, everyone. We'll be right back. Hello. We're back. All right, where were we? Let me set the alarm real quick, just so I don't get caught by surprise again. Is this the right timer? No. Let me lower the time so that I don't get caught by surprise. Okay. So where were we? We were talking about dwarves and stuff.
Sure, that works. Stout ones, you can say they stayed near the forest.
Okay, stout.
You know what? Don't care. Since the 2024, the halflings are combined apparently, so who cares?
Yeah, who cares? All right. Dwarves. Okay, real quick, dwarves. Oh, actually, we need to elaborate more on the gnomes real quick.
What?
First to develop fire.
Well, and regularly use it.
Fire and regularly use it. We can actually say the halflings develop fire second because plains, and then the dwarves, I might want to say
They just have
never
cold.
went fire. Not until they met up with the others. So they had crude stone and
Plain.
some metal tools, but the metals are metals they can naturally just grab from the earth. They had no real way of properly. That's why they're all like so muscular, because they had to force the tools into shape. They know rock. This also helps explain why their food is so weird, because they never evolved to cook food. They did agriculturalize the underground stuff. They might have even used acids to make it more easily digestible, but they never cooked their food.
Yeah.
You fire at least, yeah. So that's why their food tastes so weird and it's so, yeah, just everything, because their nutritional requirements are different.
They are known blacksmiths though.
They are known blacksmiths. That is a thing.
I want to say they simply worked around it.
Worked around what?
They have mineral resources. They just build big ass chimneys.
Or they ignored it because poison resistance.
Why, you just ignore carbon monoxide poisoning?
Just ignore carbon monoxide poisoning. They could tolerate a higher degree of it. So chimneys, doesn't matter if you have fire underground. Chimneys might vent it out. You would still get carbon monoxide into your lungs. But that's why they further developed such a all-encompassing poison resistance.
What? Okay, fine.
Yeah. They developed fire, but probably the last to develop fire.
What do you mean? They have coal?
Actually, they have coal.
But yeah.
But they don't have wood.
Who cares? Coal is great.
They just have ways of... They use coal as fire, but that's why all their places are cold. Because they use coal for... Coal is important.
Coal is super important.
Coal is a very important resource, and you can't just simply use it to heat up every home.
I mean, you don't need to heat up homes.
That's why they're so hairy.
Fair enough.
Heat retention.
Crazy.
Okay, we can get to that. First, hold on. Gnomes first develop fire and use it. What else about gnomes we need to write down?
They're great with magic. They're super clever.
Yeah.
They have an abundance of food. Jungles are like that.
Yeah, abundance of food. First to develop civilization, actually. Or the concept of like cities, and maybe not the concept of cities, but like a governing system. No, not
resource.
that. Resource. To develop resource management.
Yeah. And metallurgy. Like the forest is not just trees.
Yeah, but there are...
Look, rock gnomes exist, and like forests do have like mineral deposits. It's not just trees.
Yeah, I know, but like, okay, maybe the first to develop metallurgy, but dwarves are the ones that took it further because they have access to more metals.
Yep.
And they are the ones who have like access to iron more.
I want to say that the gnomes are like China. They were the first to make many things.
Labao. First develop resource management.
Because they had
many
stability,
things.
right?
Yeah. Due to their more stable and safe. Yeah.
Stable and safe environment.
Environment. The gnomes were able to focus less on pure survival and turn to other things. They were the first to develop many techs, or not many techs, many
Sciences.
many things.
Paper.
Resource management, paper. Let's see, fireworks, gunpowder.
No, they can't make gunpowder. They don't have the sulfur.
Yeah, gunpowder might be the first collaborative thing
Yeah.
that only occurred because all three species came together. That might be why gunpowder has such a big significance for them. That's why gnomes like to tinker with it. That's why dwarves like to use it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. Fireworks was the first collaborative thing. We'll put it down here somewhere. The first collaborative thing. I'll just put it, yeah, just as a reminder. Paper, what else?
Well, just
Simple tools, I guess. Simple tinker tools. Tinkering tools.
there are timekeeping, astrology, many
Yeah.
other sciences.
Timekeeping, astrology, etc. Because yeah, they were in a safer environment. For anyone who was like, "Is this doesn't sound realistic?" No, this is literally how we developed. The reason our brains got bigger was because
We had food.
we had food, and also due to environmental stuff, we had more time to contemplate.
Yeah. We had more time to think.
We had more time to think, and that's why we became smarter.
Yeah. Main
Food-
thing.
Yeah, say like we didn't have to, what's the word, forage or hunt for food. The moment we got agriculture, our brain capacity skyrocketed.
The gnomes don't have quote unquote agriculture. They had like arbories, right?
Yeah.
That collect fruit.
Yeah, there were ways of collecting food, so they didn't have to. Like food no longer became a survival requirement. It started becoming a luxury.
Yeah. They had quote unquote agriculture first. They were able to tend to the trees to make them bear fruit more.
Yeah. So they were the first to a great many things. Dwarves further went into the mountains. They
Play fast, so they need to be hardy people.
yeah. They developed the abundance of coal allowed them to develop metallurgy. That's a wrong spelling for that, but yeah, there we go. Develop more sophisticated metallurgy
For weapons, so they can kill those damn worms.
for weapons, but more importantly, wrong spelling, to make tools to further expand their living space. Because I would think tools to dig further into the earth to, build out your home, your city, a place to be safe, would be more important than just having weapons,
Yes.
right? So it's not just, you can make weapons, it's you can make tools. You can make like pickaxes and hammers and things like that further improve people's lives. That would be important, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so not just weapons, but like other stuff as well.
There's the hill dwarfs and the mountain dwarfs, though.
Dildos later intermingled with the halflings, whatever.
What, they come back down?
Maybe. But we don't actually have to go too far that way. Like, okay, so let me look at dwarves real quick. Right?
Two dwarves, as we all know. The real dwarves.
Here's the thing: dwarves will games like this. New options will constantly be given.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel it's less important to care about the specific subset of things. They can influence like where we find like dwarves and stuff, for example, but like taking the core traits is more important.
Okay.
Yeah, because like so some gnomes might go to like more rocky terrain, some might go to forest, but the core traits of gnomes is what should influence like their backstory the most. Because options can always be expanded upon.
Oh wait. Mountains, geologically, mountains were just in the north. It's also a colder region, right? So dragons don't like cold. Let's just say they're reptiles, lol. So.
I was going to say that, but then you can't make a conflict between them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there are the fire-breathing dragons.
No, because again, literally just make them snakes.
Okay.
Go underground because underground is ambient temperatures.
Right. That is true.
Yeah.
What did they eat?
The reason they keep coming into conflict with dwarves is because dwarves discovered coal. They created forges that was heat. That's why the earth dragons kept going for them. Because they were like, hey, heat! Perfect, I need more heat. And that's why they keep coming into conflict.
And then they keep fighting.
That's
why every man, woman, and child knows how to use a warhammer.
Yes. They give them tremor sense, which is, you know what, fine.
Sure, why not? Then mums.
Yeah. Anyways, coming back to this.
What do they eat? Shrooms?
Okay.
Gold milk?
Gnomes, fungi.
Wait, what do the Nepalese?
I don't know.
Like,
what
what's
do
their
the
diet?
Nepalese eat?
I know they have goat cheese and whatnot. We can copy their diet.
Nepali diet. Okay, the traditional part of a broader Mediterranean that emphasizes fresh seasonal ingredients? No, this is Turkey AI overview. No.
That's Naples, Italy.
Yeah, what should I type?
Nepal.
How do you spell Nepal again?
You switch the A and L. And then add, I don't know, man. I don't know how to spell things.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, excuse me. So there's grain, because of course there's grain. Okay, Nepali diet. There's rice.
Yeah, you can grow rice at high altitudes.
You can grow rice in high altitudes. But no, all the things are basically just hardy. Because it's either underground or has to be able to survive harsh environments. So all the things they eat are just nutrient dense but no flavor.
Meat-based diet?
No, not necessarily. I don't think so. Dwarves are, amongst all three, the most well-built. And well-built isn't necessarily a carnivore thing. It's more a herbivore thing.
Okay, we can't just make them eat rocks,
omnivores.
right?
We'll make them omnivores, but more towards a herbivore thing because it's easier to get food that way, right? We'll say shrooms and some grains.
Ooh, here's a good one. Insectivore.
That could work.
It's a protein-rich diet,
It
so
is
they
a
can
very
get gains.
protein-rich diet.
And bugs do love holes in grounds.
Diet, yeah. Shrooms and fungi, goats, because they will have goats, mountainous area, goats and cheeses, hardy grains, and insects.
I want to say that staple food is a thing called a mealworm, which is readily available, easy to grow.
Maybe like a worm bread.
Yes, mealworm loaf.
Yes, they just mix the two things together and just make a loaf.
I'm stealing this from Oxygen Not Included. But yeah, mealworm.
Okay.
It's easy to cultivate them because they eat dead bodies.
Mm-hmm. Rats. What about
Rats are
rats?
field mice. Rats exist on fields. They
Yeah,
don't
actually
live.
true. Yeah, they don't live in mountains. Yeah. Okay. Shrooms and fungi, goats and cheeses, hardy grains and insects.
Specifically the mealworm. That's a staple food.
How do you spell that again?
Like meal, like the word meal, worm.
Mealworm. Would they call them mealworms? I guess they would.
Right? It's a staple food, right? So it's a meal. Like we say in Chinese, "sek fan" for the
Yeah.
for everything,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Mealworms. Mealworms are a staple food.
Yeah, protein rich and easy to cultivate.
Okay. The typical dwarven cities have built-in ventilation that does that not only okay. Because I want to make the forge a very important thing in their culture, right? So I'm thinking not just the forge allows you to make tools and stuff to,
The hearth,
and
right?
expand your home and stuff, but it's not just the hearth of the home; it's the hearth of the city. Like using the heat from the forge, they literally ventilate air that way. They move
hot air
air
rises.
using this, yeah, so that they pull fresh air in. Because they're deep underground, you need a way to get fresh air, right? So it not only keeps the entire city warm by ventilating the air, the hot air from the forge throughout the city, so that the city underground is warm. They also then use that rising air to pull in fresh air from whatever holes they have.
This would make them like masters of thermodynamics.
I won't say thermodynamics, but just
Convection,
yeah. Look, what's the word?
hot air rises, and
Like it's a very simple thing, and not just humans. Like even termites have been doing this, right? Since evolution, and humans, a lot of our architecture, especially in more arid countries, do the same thing. This is just taking it a step further. Plus, they can literally build everything up because it's from rock.
Yes.
Right? So yeah, it's completely fine. Hello, Cyrus. Welcome back. We're building up the dwarven cities a bit. A dwarven city is built-in ventilation that centers around the forge. Using the heat from the forge, they warm up their underground cities.
When you say underground, I think it's like still above sea level.
Probably. Yeah, it's probably
Right.
above sea level. Underground, yeah. Above sea level. Why did I put this in? Above sea level.
Mountains in it.
So, right. They warm up the underground cities. Okay, using the heat from the forge. No, that's the wrong way of saying that. They circulate. They circulate. That's the wrong spelling. Circulate the heat from the forge
Hot air rises.
around their underground cities to warm them up and use the rising air to pull in fresh air. Rising currents, I think. Currents to pull in fresh air. Yes.
You can tell where a Dwarven settlement is by the fucking mountain
shoot.
smoking.
Yeah, I accidentally closed it, but
Smoky peaks.
Their cities are characterized on the surface by smoky peat. This peat, unfortunately, attracts earthworms.
Do you spell worms like dragon worms?
Yes.
Look.
Attracts earthworms. Mega descendants. Descendants of the flying megafauna that have taken to gliding in the mountainous terrain. Taken to gliding and burrowing in the mountainous terrain.
They glide. I want to say their wings atrophied.
They can quotation mark glide the same way the flying snakes can glide, but much worse than the flying snakes.
Okay, I can accept that.
They can. Okay,
jump.
no.
They jump
They
far.
can safely fall from higher heights than normal because they have ways of like catching the wind, but they can't actually fly. They semi glide. To gliding, let me just quotation mark safe falling.
What do they eat?
And burrowing in the mountainous terrain. Goat?
Dwarves?
What? Dwarves too, yeah, meat. They eat meat. Right? Okay. So this and their carnivorous diet means that dwarves and their livestock are on the menu. To this day, dwarves have a chip on their shoulder, I guess.
They have a phobia. But it triggers the fight response.
They have a phobia against dragons, as they remind them subconsciously of the earthworms. Though unlike in humans,
it exclusively triggers the fight response.
Exclusively triggers the fight response. As in old times, an earthworm would appear in their settlement. Because like you have family behind you, you have friends, you have young ones.
You can't flee because it's a
closed environment, and also what's the point? The old and the young are gonna get eaten. You're not fleeing, so the appropriate response is to fight.
No, they only have the fight response.
So it is the survival response is to literally. So yeah. You want to eat worms? It's not as good an eating experience.
Because worm chips are nice.
I feel like we cook worms wrong.
We is who?
Traditionally, people that cook worms. Okay. Because the thing is, worms, the way their meat works, is very similar to shrimp.
They are shrimp.
But we don't cook shrimp to a char, do we?
Yeah.
We, however, do cook worms until we char everything into an ashy, crunchy thing. What we need to do is steam them and just eat the inside. Because I've heard people do this, and they describe the meat as shrimp-like.
They're arthropods. They are shrimp.
Yeah, essentially they are shrimp. They are just land shrimp. So if you cook worms the same way you cook shrimp, you would get the same texture out of it. And a lot of people love shrimp. And if you do it this way and season it with like all the flavors that you cook shrimp with, I bet you more people will eat worms.
I think the main issue is that due to agriculture, we do have a deep phobia about
We do
it.
have a very deep phobia about worms. That is true. We do have a very deep phobia about it.
They eat our grain.
Yes, and they're often considered with associated with like disease and
Disease.
stuff. Plus, you know, something about the way they wiggle.
Yeah, so like it's a deep phobia
Yeah, it's a deep
for a
rooted
reason.
phobia. Yeah. But hey, we eat anything. Given the right condiments, humans will eat anything.
Not a wrong statement.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, due to the staple food of dwarves being a protein-rich source, mealworms, they're buff.
Okay, let me put that down here. Add mayo to dirt. Hey, you say that. China has a food that's literally pebbles.
It's less food.
You flavor pebbles and then you just suck on the pebbles. It's not a food. It's just a way to stave off, you know, cravings for hunger.
This is literally like famine
This is
food.
the famine food. Absolutely. But China is turning into a luxury food.
Yeah, China should have another famine. They're overdue for one. When's the
No, China is still having famine. The countrysides are all still
Oh yeah, I
worse
forgot
off.
about that.
Yeah, it's still horrible. You know, it's just that the CCP likes to
Ignore
radiate
that.
things out. Yeah.
We don't talk about Western China.
Namao. You've had a few next to you. What, pebbles?
Dirt?
Anyways, due to the high protein diet, diet and tradition around foraging and mining.
Manual labor.
Yeah. Dwarves are
Swole as fuck.
Yeah. Are swole. How do you spell swole again?
SWOLE.
Swole. Yeah. There are thick beards
And fat.
and fat exist to trap warmth in an underground environment. There. Explains everything.
It really
You
does.
see,
Hey.
this is why I want to do this data claim from us.
They also have like reduced pain sensors.
Reduce pain sensors. Because they keep hammering, I guess.
Skip it.
Skip it. I don't think so. Yeah.
Dumb idea.
Yeah. You're chewing on pebbles? No.
No, nah.
Cyrus, please check if those plants are poisonous or not.
Four plants next to me. Most plants don't kill you, but some do.
Some do, so be careful. You need to get a chew toy, man. You need to get a chew toy. Anyways, the other thing I was thinking of, traditionally why they are more aggressive. It's not just the earthworm. Any situation that happens,
Is the fight response?
if you encounter a predator on the ground, where are you running to?
Yeah.
But also, that's not a great response because what if the walls collapse on you? You need to
Then you die. Simple as.
You need to run. You need to know. No, because they develop tremor sense. They should be able to detect the vibrations of the ground to see if
Yeah,
it's stable.
so it's either they calmly leave because they know it's gonna collapse,
The Mao.
or if like shit hits the fan, they fight.
The Mao.
Right? That's the only two options, right? If they have tremor sense, they would like before the accident
That's why they're
happens, just leave.
so confrontational, I guess. Their houseplants. Some houseplants are poisonous. That's not an excuse. Check.
We plant azaleas.
Yeah, we
and,
plant azaleas, and they're poisonous as fuck.
what were the other ones that kill people but look pretty?
Anyways, let me put down the thing. In fact, they are confrontational. They are usually confrontational as a result of their ancestors' environment, I guess.
This is a funny thing I picked up from someone else.
Yeah. But let's not do that.
They have a euphemism for sex, which is called a cave-in.
No. Well, we can develop those stuff later. Right now, it's just the broad strokes of things.
Let's see. Exclusively the fight response, because you either
No. Here's the thing. It's venturing a little too close to like. I don't know. It's like, okay, you. I don't know. It's something along the lines of like it's getting a little too close to racism.
Okay.
I feel.
Okay. Then
because it's like you are aggressive specifically because you are this. Yeah.
Lol.
It's like it's venturing a little close to racism. Let's not do that. Let's not go there. Like they have cultural and it's mainly like a cultural and an ingrained phobia against like earthworms. That's fine. It explains the traditional D&D thing of like dwarves and dragons have beef, from what I recall at least. But like it's a phobia thing.
Yeah.
That's understandable. Saying that you evolve to be more aggressive is another thing entirely. It's going back to the orcs are all aggressive thing.
We know dwarves like traditionally have a more militant culture.
Culture is one thing.
Yeah.
The issue is we're getting to the point of like, no, you evolve to be aggressive. That's why you're a lower form of life. We're getting to that. That's the problem. It's the difference between saying, for example, orcs have a military culture in certain settings, and that's why those orcs are more aggressive, versus orcs are aggressive. All orcs are aggressive because orcs, because you all just like to fight. That is a problem. That is a very problematic viewpoint.
We'll just skip this part.
Yeah. So we'll say no to that. They can be confrontational because of a cultural reason rather than an evolutionary reason.
Here's a good take. There's this race from Star Trek which believes in complete democracy. So you never hide what you're thinking. You always say what's on your mind because they think that's true democracy. Right? No, zero tact. Just say what comes out of your mouth. So they seem rude and brash to other people, but they think they're being polite by never hiding anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So like dwarves can be seen as off-putting and brash
because they are very direct.
They're very direct
because they live in what is essentially the harshest environment amongst the three of them. Actually,
there's no need to mince words when you're gonna die all the time.
I don't think it's just that. It's because of how closely how close knit the community is. Because you're literally living in the same cave that you've dug out, right? The houses are there for some additional privacy, but it's rock. Everyone has tremor sense. There's no such thing as privacy. So there's no point in like hiding anything. And in fact, hiding things can be detrimental to the family, to the group, to the clan. So there's no mincing of words. Everyone is really direct. Actually, that is good. That is a good thing to have.
Dwarves can be seen as off-puttish and harsh.
Can
rude.
Be seen as harsh and rude and off-putting because of how direct they are with their words and actions, actually. Because like one of the other things is they probably are really quick to just jump to action, because like if a cave-in happens, you can't stop to discuss, okay, we need to do this, we need to do this. You need to get your friends out now. right? Or, you know, if an earthworm comes, like, sure, there might be a plan in place, but there's a plan in place so you don't have to discuss things, you just jump into action. So that might be another thing. They like
yelling.
Yelling, yeah, okay. They're loud, to be clear. They are direct, so there's nothing, because they don't want to hide anything. And what's the word?
They drink a lot.
No, it's not the drinking a lot. It's I thought of something and I forgot about it. Protective is a thing, but that's not the thing I'm looking for. Off-putting because how? Okay, let's just continue first. How direct they are with their words and actions, right? Yeah, okay. I was thinking methodical. They like planning. They like to have the thing pre-planned. Everything needs to be quotation mark pre-planned, because the houses, everything needs to be pre-planned anyways, right? Because if you don't plan correctly, a cave-in happens in your city. Methodical. Hello, acrylics. I believe that's how it's pronounced.
Yes, acrylics.
Hello,
Sure.
welcome to the stream.
Yes, we're just yapping.
We're just yapping about dwarven society and how it might develop on an alien planet. Yes. How was your day today? Hopefully you're having a good day. Anyways, yeah, so what we're saying?
What's the word for like you know a friend that like needs things to happen their way?
No, not controlling. It's kind of controlling, but it's not quite.
Or at the very least, like a dictator style thing.
Self-centered. No, not self-centered. There's a word for it, but I do not recall. I can kind of see it. Looking forward to your session. Ooh, nice. Just so happens you're in the Dwarven capital right now. Everything this week is dwarves, isn't it? We played Deep Grog Galactic. We're doing dwarves. There's a Dwarven thing happening. Everything is just dwarf week this week.
Argumentative. Because when forming a plan, they view an argument as having everyone's best interest in mind. Right? They need to iron out the plan fully.
They need to iron out all details. Yeah.
Yes. So they might seem argumentative, but they just want everything to be out there.
It's a dwarf week because you're a dwarf. I am a dwarf.
And I'm digging
Here's the thing. We're all dwarves at heart. You see someone dig a hole in the beach, you're telling me you're not going to also dig a hole in the beach? We all love to dig. Holes are cool. There's a reason why Minecraft is so popular. Kids yearn for the mines? No. We all yearn for the mines.
That's crazy. That's crazy in 2025.
Am I wrong? We all yearn for the mines. We have an inbuilt yearning for the mines. Diggy Diggy Hole is a song for a reason. And that reason is we all want to go down into the embrace of Mother Earth.
Fair.
We all yearn to return to the womb. War in it.
Yeah.
In other words, we are all warriors or whatever it's called.
So we have most of the dwarf traits. They're rude, they're direct, they're argumentative.
Due to wanting to iron out all the problems with a plan, methodical and likes to plan because in the moment, action more important. Plus, badly done, planned out cities collapsing is bad. Yeah, the Dwarven capital is currently under lockdown because of a plague. Ooh.
That's a nice one. Ooh, that's actually a good thing. What happens if a plague breaks out?
No, they'd be fine because all the Dwarven cities are isolated. But how would news travel though?
Between like strongholds?
Yeah.
I guess that's what like the warriors, they go out and like
I guess so.
they have to just go out and go to another clan,
Yeah, they
right?
just have to go out on yeah. But the dwarves will be safe from plagues because literally isolated city. If a plague wipes out an entire dwarven city, the dwarven city is gone. So what?
Free real estate.
Yeah, that's it. The virus or plague or whatever dies out, and then gone. Literally.
But yeah, news travels by brave dwarf going to other strongholds. That's it.
And that's how they first meet the other species. You know what? Sure. You love plagues. You remember making one as a lich? Wow.
I mean,
E2 campaign. What's an E2 campaign?
Pathfinder.
Pathfinder campaign. Second edition campaign.
Who abbreviates it to E2? Yeah,
2E.
2E is correct.
Yeah, that's why I was like, E2? E2? 2E Pathfinder. Yeah, I understand 2E Pathfinder. Mispress. Yeah, that happens. Anyways, I was going to write something else here. Because of how direct with the words, due to their...
you're playing AD&D. Yeah, we don't call it 2E.
Yeah, we call it AD&D. Due to their close living quarters, there is no real privacy, and thus secrets are viewed more negatively in the culture.
You want them to have like a
You like old school essentials? Oh, old school has a lot of fun stuff. I do agree. Anyways, yeah.
You want them to revere ancestors?
Which ancestors?
Well, those are known to be like keepers of lore, right? You get history checks in architecture, as their culture is literally carved into stone.
Not the new ones, but the old ones, yes.
Yeah, like they are storied people.
They're storied people.
That care a lot about their roots, right?
Yeah. They care a lot about the clan. So
the clan, the
where
roots,
they come from, everything. Yeah.
Their ancestors literally digging out a path.
Old stories and lore. Sure. Cultural importance on lore keeping. Okay. Because they have no books actually. They have to carve everything in stone or oral tradition.
Yeah. History is carved to stone.
History is carved into stone. Okay.
You want the Book of Grudges?
The Book of what?
Well, there's a subsect of like dwarf culture that like they must right every wrong.
Right every wrong?
This is a Warhammer fantasy thing.
No.
Like they hold grudges. Is the end of this sentence?
No, I don't want that to be a species trait.
Fair enough.
That seems like a problematic species trait. Like, the entire species just hold grudges for no reason? Really?
Not no reason.
No reason, but okay, yeah, sure. That for like a species that hold grudges, that seems problematic.
Sure, why not?
That seems problematic.
Hey, we hold grudges.
Yeah, but not as a cultural thing. Yeah. Some people just hold grudges because, they hold grudges. You could make it a cultural thing, but also it's like, such a tight-knit group holds grudges? Protective is one thing. Being protective is one thing. I think, like, the dwarves being, like, okay,
ultra protective.
Dwarves being ultra protective to things they bond with. It's hard to bond with a dwarf, but the moment they bond with you, they're like, nah. I would die for you now, literally.
Literally.
Yeah. So I think giving them protective is a good thing.
They're fiercely loyal.
Yeah. Fiercely loyal.
Okay, that's good enough.
That's pretty good enough. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Messengers venture out to
Wait, no, not messengers.
Okay.
Kind of like bards. They like tell of the clan's like history. They tell the epics to the others so that they might live on. So if they get wiped out, at least they'll be remembered.
Yeah, but also it's like news traveling as well. It's not just the epics, but like how do kingdoms keep in contact with each other?
Why would they keep in contact? Do they trade?
That's
Like the only reason why like
sure, bards. Bards venture out to spread tales of their clans so their history isn't lost. It is through these bards that the dwarves first encountered their cousins. There we go. Done.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm like kingdoms only expand for trade.
That is
and
very
resource
true.
gathering.
Yeah. Well, different mountains have different resources.
Can you trade though?
Yeah, I don't think they can trade easily.
Like when there's a fucking dragon that's gonna eat you.
Yeah, not
And
easy.
like try moving freight through mountains.
Yeah, it's not doable.
I mean, you can. There's in the Central Americans, right?
Yeah.
Make like thin rope bridges and like move alpaca, right? There's entire cultures of high altitude people, and they managed to
They
trade.
managed, yeah. So there could be some trade, but like,
hella low volume.
yeah, it's very low volume. Okay, anything else? The halflings returned to the plains, they survived. What else about the halflings did I need to write down again? Okay, okay, I remembered.
They ride dinosaurs.
No. Changed their environment so much what's the word? They lessened the hunting range of the local megafauna. This combined with the hunting of said megafauna contributed to these specific species going extinct. Yeah, because the gnomes hid from their predators. The dwarves managed to push them back, but the dwarves aren't going out to look for them, right? The halflings have to contend with their predators every single day the moment they step out.
Yeah, the hobbit holes are camouflaged from above.
Yeah.
Because they look just like grass.
Just like grass, yeah. But the moment they step out to tend to their crops, to tend to anything, the birds will come. So they had to directly confront them.
Yeah, they either need to be fast, nimble, or stealthy.
Yeah.
And hella brave.
That combined with lessening of hunting ranges for the megafauna, the disappearing of their prey species, or domestication of said prey species by the halflings, which then the halflings will fiercely protect, basically just killed off the megafauna. Yeah. The halflings were the only ones that killed off their local megafauna.
Yeah.
Because halflings.
So they are a pretty plain. Okay, which type of plain? Well, we know they make hobbit holes. Is that a temporary settlement or a more permanent one?
Permanent settlement.
Okay, it's a permanent settlement, so they are settler type plain culture.
Yes.
So that means that they usually have a herding culture. they do husbandry more.
Yeah, they do husbandry more.
So, like space cows, space sheep.
Why would you call it space sheep? It's just alien sheep.
Yeah, alien sheep. Like, what are we thinking?
What? Okay, what are halflings most known for herding? Honestly, I think sheep works. Broken pass cycles approved? No, not necessarily. Okay, well, I need to look at halflings real quick.
Like for a settler plain culture, farming is one, but that comes later.
Yeah.
Husbandry is first.
Okay, hold on. Halfling. Let me look up the lore. Oh, so I should put down husbandry, yeah. Husbandry and then agriculture. Or rather animal husbandry.
Well,
what?
No, I was just thinking.
Yeah.
We can have these like tiny little cute sheep things that are like smaller than the halflings. Or bunnies. Hey, bunnies work.
A jumping creature on a high gravity environment could still exist. Actually, it could still exist.
Yeah, sure, why not? But bunnies don't jump. They sprint. Well, not sprint. Like they leap forward.
They leap forwards.
Which like coincidentally makes them good at leaping up. But
Yeah,
first
true.
and foremost, like, look, the bunny evolved to run away from hawks.
True. That is very true.
Okay, so if you're on a plane and you do the same strategy as the
Sure.
bunny,
Sure.
you would raise bunnies.
Primary herd animals are a small fluffy bunny.
Jackalope type thing. Just straight up the jackalope.
No. I was thinking a cross between like a ram and a jackalope. A ram and a bunny.
Sure.
Fluffy bunny, yeah, the small fluffy bunny. Bunny that hops good. Yeah.
They both. The halfling basically do the same thing as the bunnies,
Yeah.
except they kill the mega father.
But so you cast fireball at 10th level. I actually might need to make a redeem for this. Where you just redeem this and then the entire stream explodes for a moment.
That's fun and not distracting at all.
It will be a fun way for people to spend points, I guess. I won't limit it, of course, but hold on, I need to remind myself to do this. Stream redeem that causes fireball. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you for the suggestion, Cyrus.
Okay, so there's this like bunny prop, I guess.
Limited to 3 times? We'll see.
Ooh.
Well, I'll definitely limit it, but I'll have to think about how much.
Well, this exists. Lucky's rabbit foot, right?
True, yes.
And these guys are pretty lucky.
These guys are very lucky. So this works. Yes. I'm currently picturing in my head like a kind of sheep fluffed rabbit with really long ears and a long tail.
So like the fur can be used for like textiles
and stuff.
Meat's good.
Their eyes are probably actually no bunnies because bunny hawk yeah. And they hop good.
They do hop
They have
good.
comically long legs. Yes. What's a jackalope look like again?
Bunny with horns.
Bunny with horns. Well,
Yeah, what you described sounds like just a fluffy jackalope.
Yeah, fluffy jackalope. Let me a more fluffy jackalope that hops good. With long ears, tail, and legs that hops good. 3 level 3 spell slots. Maximum. Yeah, maximum you have only 3 level 3 spell slots. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, before we continue, 20 seconds until ads.
Well,
So we're gonna take another quick 3-minute break, and then we'll come back. I think we've done with like most of the primary stuff. We can now come back and talk about how they met up, and then start going to civilization things. So we'll see you all in 3 minutes. BRB.
hierarchical culture, anyways. Right? There's no reason to centralize.
Probably. Also, we're back on.
All right. We forgot to give gnome cultures.
We forgot to give gnome stuff. But as I was saying, we definitely have to come back and revisit this, because unlike everything else, this
People
specific...
are hard. Like, fantasy anthropology is hard.
It is hard, but also we're doing it for 3 species at once. Right? So we're gonna have to start with the broader strokes and then move to details later. So we're definitely gonna have to revisit this at some point.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but Anyways, going back to what we're talking about, real quick, gnome culture. Very Greek philosophy, like, I guess.
I was thinking like an Athenian culture, you know?
Yeah, Athenian culture. There we go. Okay.
Like copy paste Athenia.
Yeah, but like just in 3 people.
Yeah.
The actual hippies.
Actual hippies.
Actually hippies who smoke weed all day and discuss philosophy.
Yeah, right?
Because they're well protected. Nothing's coming for them anymore. At a certain point, they get so good that it's just like, relax. It would be really funny if, ironically, they were the last to meet up with the halflings and dwarves who were already like joining up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Because they were accidentally isolationists. Because they were hiding. The main thing was hiding.
Yeah, and like, why would you leave the forest? That sounds like dying. That sounds like committing suicide.
Accidentally became isolationists. As they hid from their predators and were the last to meet with the dwarves and halflings. It also makes sense because the dwarves and halflings are
next to each other.
Pretty much next to each other, geographically speaking. Yeah. Whereas the gnomes had to go in the opposite direction. So it took a lot longer for them to meet up and integrate.
Wouldn't it be funny is that they only met up after like gnome and halfling gang invented play.
No, because I wanted all of them to meet up to create gunpowder. Unless we make gunpowder, no.
Gliders in it.
What?
Never mind then. What was it? Okay, so what? They just.
Okay, hold on. The other yeah, what? What?
The gang just start cutting down trees for real.
You know, actually that makes sense because
resources, wood, and also the halflings need land.
Yeah.
To grow grain, right?
Yes, and that would actually give a small conflict because they were like, "You're cutting down our trees. No, we want the land," and it was a small, tiny conflict that erupted.
The plain species does the plain species thing of just deforesting everything or more plain.
Okay, we can get to that in a moment. Let's see, halfling crop. Okay, we talked about this off stream kind of. The main crop is a kind of ground tuber similar to a potato. Cyrus, you don't have to announce that every time.
Well,
Cyrus.
Please put down boil them, mash them, stick them in the stew.
Boil them, mash them. Stick them in a stew.
It's a wonder crop. It contains everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is that. Okay. At some point, the dwarves, dwarf bards met up with the halflings. Why would the halflings?
They were just around, man.
They're just around. Maybe the rock
they are warrior culture, right?
Yeah.
They need weapons. And sorry, but
actually,
the plains suck.
With halflings who were likely looking for materials to make weapons. Yeah. This was a mostly peaceful mostly peaceful exchange, I would say.
Yeah.
Because it's storytellers meeting up with scavengers. Well, not scavengers, but like, people looking for stuff. They weren't, and they're not competing for similar resources. One of them can fund the other and vice versa, right?
Yeah, halflings have infinite food.
Have like better food, and dwarves can create better metal items. So yeah, this.
Oh, change the word bard to skeld if you want like the Norse bard.
The what?
I just remembered that like there is a saga tellers
What are they called?
in chat.
Oh, Scald. Okay,
If you want, just copy paste,
sure. Let me look up bard real quick. I think I only have one. Okay, dwarf bards or skalds, I guess. Sure.
I actually don't know the pluralization for this.
We'll use this for now, and then if we're told we're wrong or something, we'll just change it. Yeah. For now. Anyways, they met up with blah 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 blah. This was mostly a
S is correct.
Exchange. As both did not compete for resources.
They're mutually curious.
Mutually curious, and could also support each other. Halflings had good food.
Plentiful food.
Plentiful food. Dwarves had good tools.
The dwarves innovated on the potato and deep fried them. They made French fries. Look, they had oil.
They had lard.
They had lard. Plenty lard.
They had lard. Let me think.
Just like as a food thing, it will be a fun note.
No, I'm thinking, do I want the dwarves to make French fries or do I want the gnomes to make French fries?
The gnomes would have olive oil.
The dwarves wouldn't make French fries. The dwarves would pound them into like
Flour.
The dwarves would turn the potato into
Hardtack.
No, not hardtack, but like, I was gonna say tacos, but tacos are made of corn.
Yeah, wrong
vegetable, but okay, what is potato flour used for?
Potato flour can be turned into potato bread. Right? I think this is an invention that the halflings could like do anyways.
They could do that anyways. But they
don't wanna.
They don't have metal, right? They don't have as much metal.
They have shit all metal actually.
So charring, barbecuing. The dwarves invented barbecue potato.
Grilled potato.
The grilled potato came out of this. Anyways, also Cyrus, real quick, please stop using the word piss because I'm worried it might,
I won't.
upset people.
The word piss?
Yeah. I don't know. It just icky. That's it. I just worry it'll upset people. That's about it. Like you can still say go toilet, so it's fine.
Hmm?
Some people will say find it rude. That's sometimes that happens.
I feel like that's too much censorship for a intended for certain audience chat already.
Not really. Not quite. It really depends. It's more than anything. It's also a me thing.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Bans
Yeah. I'm
auto
not
mod.
banning it per se. I'm just saying the word piss in chat 5 times a stream is a lot.
What's
It
a
is
win?
a lot. You know? It is a lot, and it can make newcomers who jump into the stream uncomfortable. Because we're not trying to be that kind of stream.
The pit stream.
Saying vulgar words in the moment is one thing. Like constantly having that word come out on stream is another thing entirely. Right? Those are two completely different things. Those are two completely different things. It absolutely is.
Wait, that's it.
You count. I'm a streamer. I note down when people are talking. You might think I don't see you chat say something. I see all of it.
Oh, I mean, I do too.
Yeah. Also, ADHD brain. I remember.
I remember.
I do remember. It's not like I am intentionally counting. In the moment, I was like, how many times have you said it? I've seen it this many times this stream. I'll tell you right now, it's not 5 times this stream. It's like 4 times. Yeah. And then after those few words, it became 6 or 7 times.
I am personally... if the mod says... if the streamer says no,
it's me as a streamer requesting this more also for my own comfort than anything. Yeah. I'm not saying you can't say the word. But again, saying it that many times is... when you could just say, I'm going to the toilet. That's it. Yeah. It's... And that's it. I just personally don't like it. That too. So, yes. That's all I'm saying. Lessen the usage a bit.
I am indifferent.
Look, the other thing I had to stop Cyrus from saying was constantly saying itchy balls.
Never mind.
Yeah. You see? You see the problem?
Well,
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's not really a censorship thing. It's a, comfort. This is a safe, comfortable place for people. And some people don't, that's really vulgar. I'm not saying you can't swear. I'm saying vulgarity is a completely different, like intentional vulgarity is a completely different thing than swearing. Right? Because you don't go to a party and constantly say, I need to piss, I need to piss, I need to piss in front of everyone. Right? Mm-hmm. You just say, I need to use the toilet. Like, even if people are fine with the word, there's a decorum that goes with these things. You don't say certain things because you don't want to make certain people uncomfortable, because you don't know if people are comfortable or uncomfortable. So to accommodate other people in a way that doesn't really affect you, you don't, you don't say certain things until you know when people are comfortable with it. So it's less of a censorship thing. Like censorship, I'm not saying you can't say certain words. Certain words you absolutely cannot say because they're bad words. But other words are for people's comfort.
Words that I've already put on the ban list.
Yes, and I've also put on with the mod, with the auto mod and stuff. Like, there's a reason why certain words aren't used in public. You can use those words if you're comfortable with a group of people, but this is primarily a stream. There will be different people coming in that will be unfamiliar with the vibes here, and having certain words constantly pop up will, project a certain kind of vibe that people might be uncomfortable with. Because ultimately, this is still a stream. We want people to stay. And being a vulgar stream is not I don't want that kind of what's those streamers again? I have
no idea what you're talking about.
They're the people, the streamers who farm content by constantly screaming and saying vile things to get views.
Like Dante's.
I don't know if that's the right
League of
one.
Legends streamer.
Kind of, basically like that. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I'm saying don't say that as much.
As much. Again, I'm not censoring the word because it is not a bad word. I'm just saying
after a certain point, using a word too often is not comfortable. So yeah, just switch it up to maybe like I need to use the toilet BRB or something. Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
What are we talking about
Anyways,
again?
coming back to this, Grilled Potato. Grilled Potato as a group collaboration between, as a result of dwarves getting the thing. Also, meats, grilled meats.
There you have goats.
They have goats.
They have like the brick cheese.
Okay, hold on. This brings up a thing. If the halflings didn't have metal, how did they make pots? They didn't have pots. They grilled up. They threw everything into the fire.
No,
They threw everything on top of stone.
Also, no. You can make earthenware. Jesus Christ.
You could actually no. Plains you
Like,
can make earthenware.
Near rivers and whatnot.
Yeah, near rivers you can get clay and stuff. Yeah, you can. You can make pots. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, the grilled potato. That's it. Grilled potato on metal.
The main interesting thing would be a slight lack of fuel source.
Right? Like, yeah.
They can get wood and shrubs
They
and
can get
whatnot.
roots and shrubs, but metal will be the big thing they can't get.
Yeah, because that requires too much fuel.
Okay, so anything that has to do with metal is something they most likely do not have.
Or at least at the beginning.
At the beginning. Better tools then, I guess. Yeah, those give them good tools. Grilled potato coming out of this is a big thing.
Odd happenstance.
Who would make jams? Dwarves do not have access to fruits.
Neither do the plains folk.
Neither do the plains folk. They might have access to berries, but
Yeah.
not quite.
Hilariously, berries are a forest thing.
Yeah. So gnomes will be the ones with
Jam and
jams.
stuff.
Okay.
Beer. Oh my god. Dwarves love beer. Halflings made it first.
Yeah. Because dwarves wouldn't have the grain for it.
Yes.
Okay.
And now it has become their entire identity, like Italians with tomatoes.
Yeah. Halflings invented beer. Dwarves
Fucking love it.
absolutely love it. To the point it is now they are part of their culture.
Yeah, part of their cultural identity at this point.
Cultural identity.
The halflings are like, whoa, slow down on the beer.
They're like, no, we don't get drunk that quickly. Go. The food that actually the drink we can actually take.
Oh, it's a hearty
It's a
drink,
hearty drink, so they love it.
right? And
Yeah.
it fortifies you. It keeps you warm. It
Keeps
makes you feel
warm. Yes.
It makes you feel warm. It's calorie packed. I mean, yeah, it's bread water.
It is. It is absolutely just bread water. Halflings invented beer, dwarves fell. Okay, that's that. And then settlements, I guess. Settlements for dwarves and halflings.
Yeah, this is where the hill dwarfs happened, I guess.
Yeah. Settle and rock gnomes maybe. Nah. Settlements for halflings and dwarves started cropping up. They now needed more lumber.
Yeah. As a fuel, construction
Yeah.
tool.
As they expanded, they inevitably bumped into the territories of the gnomes and started butting heads. a small conflict occurred.
There even be a conflict?
Mainly, there would be. Hold on. Mainly between
Halflings.
the halflings and the gnomes.
I want more land. Can you please not cut down my house?
The halflings had the advantage of tools, but the gnomes had magic.
Yeah, I can't do much when they fucking
Magic
fireball you.
and territorial advantage.
Home turf?
Home
Yeah, just
term. Home territory advantage. Yeah. This okay. How do you stalemate this? Not stalemate. How do you broker peace out of this?
well, cooler heads always prevail. And I feel like the gnomes are the definition of cool heads.
Actually, yeah, true, yeah. Cooler heads prevailed, and the conflict eventually resolved into a trade deal, I guess.
Well, first is a non-aggression pact.
Non-aggression pact,
which eventually flourished into a partnership.
which turned into a trade. Hold on. First off, a non-aggression pact which turned into a trade deal, mainly with the dwarves through the halflings. Naruto Game Lab, hello. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream.
Like what they were like, ooh, new stuff. I mean, the gnomes
for tools and stuff, and yeah, new stuff too.
The gnomes would like all the new stuff to
True.
learn.
Yeah. Good. What about you? Doing well. We are currently talking about a bunch of D&D stuff. We're making our own D&D setting in space, and so we are talking a bunch of science and cultural stuff.
Ooh.
Yes.
There's a thing.
Yeah.
The gnomes really like stories.
They really like stories, yes.
And like adventurous stories.
Gnomes like stories. Dwarves like telling stories.
And halflings, everyone likes telling stories.
Yeah, actually all of them like telling stories. Homebrew, yes. Basically what it means is like your own self-made stuff. It's a borrowed word from
beer making.
Beer making, basically. Yeah, so we are brewing our own homemade content. Basically, think of it as like making my own setting for stories and stuff.
Yeah.
The same way like Lord of the Rings has its Middle Earth setting, or Star Wars has its own like, space setting. That's basically what we're doing, a setting.
Yeah, we're putting all the races and we're reimagining them into this intergalactic
what if instead
thing.
of elves and dwarves are fantasy species, they all evolve on different planets and stuff. Yeah.
I'm new to D&D and never played it. Oh wow.
Oh hey, welcome.
Yeah, have you read Lord of the Rings? Because it's basically the same thing.
Depends on the table. No. There's a much better way of introducing what actual D&D is like. Have you watched D&D the movie? Have you watched Honor Among Thieves the movie?
It's on Netflix
Because
now.
it's on Netflix, and it is the perfect encapsulation of what a D&D game is like. It is exactly what a D&D game is like. And if you enjoy that movie, you will enjoy playing D&D. Of course, you need to find the right table. But I do believe there's a table out there for everyone to play D&D. You just need to find the right group of people. But there's a ton of people out looking. So I almost choked. Why did you choke?
What? D&D movie?
D&D movie was great. Gnomes like stories. All of them like town stories, actually. Okay, let me put down all of them. All of them like exchanging stories. And through this shared love of storytelling,
They could bond.
they bonded.
On common ground?
And the three species, well, not species,
It is species if you can't breed with them.
I guess we say
That's-
species for now.
That's the definition of species.
The
If
three
you can't
groups, we'll say groups for now. The three groups started more earnest cultural cross pollination. There's a word you haven't heard in a while.
Are you really gonna use that lengthy word instead of cultural exchange?
Cross pollination. It's a great word.
It's so
It's a fantastic word. I love this word.
okay. Whatever.
Was drinking tea and you said D&D movie like it's a threat. Well, I apologize for the suddenness of it, but this is absolutely a threat. Watch the D&D movie. Watch the D&D movie. This is a threat. Yeah. Anyways, yes, I'm completely normal about the D&D movie.
Watch the new one and not the old
Not
one.
the new one, not the one. You're too broke. Well, you see, we have here something called the high seas.
Pirates Bay. Have you heard of it?
Pirates are a thing in this world, and they like to dock at bays, and you can absolutely find so many things there.
Oh, lol.
Oh, you are never. Yes, of course, we would absolutely never. You never
Remember-
pirate. You never what's it called? You never pirate a car. You wouldn't pirate a car.
You wouldn't
You
download a
wouldn't
car.
download a car. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's what you do. That is exactly what you do.
Well,
Listen, if you don't own the content you buy, piracy is absolutely a legitimate way of getting stuff. And companies don't want us to own anything, so why should we care?
yeah. I mean, like more legitimate, cheaper options is a Netflix subscription.
Piracy is not a... What's the word I'm looking for?
Crime.
Piracy is not a crime. Piracy is a logistics issue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a distribution
it's
issue.
a distribution issue. So it's never our fault. It's not any of our faults. You have a question. All right, go ahead. What is your question? This
Open
is
for-
a good question. So let's see. Cultural cross-pollination. The exchange of ideas culminated into one of their first big discoveries. Fireworks. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dice board. Where can you find people that accept new people to play with but can help learn? Okay, so usually Facebook is where a lot of these groups use nowadays because
Really?
I don't-
Facebook? Discord. Sorry, it's Discord now.
okay, no. First Discord, yes. Secondly, some people still use Facebook, but I think mainly another thing is to look for your local game stores. If you have any local game stores around, you can go and ask to see if anyone there is running D&D games. Because in-person games is generally one of the best ways to play, and a lot of people who run these games at stores, generally, not always, but generally are there to help new people learn. So it's one of the best places to learn how to play. The other place is to use Discord. There are a ton of groups out there. I'm not personally in any of them, but I'm sure there is either a local group or an official D&D. I'm sure there's an official D&D Discord.
Yeah, there probably is. Oh, do note when we say game store, it's not a place where you can buy an Xbox.
Yeah, no, it's a board game store.
Yeah, a board game store.
Board game store specifically.
Some place that sells Magic the Gathering cards.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or any of these types of games. Your home country doesn't play D&D because the Lulu.
I used to think that we come from a country in Malaysia where I used to think that no one played D&D because it was a very Western concept. And then I went to look out and it was everywhere, right? People like this are everywhere. You just have to look for them.
Hold on. I need to note something real quick.
Yes.
We come from a country in Malaysia.
Shut up.
Is that what you actually said?
Shush. Anyways, don't at me.
We come from a country in Malaysia.
Look, my brain was gonna fill in the blanks that said something pretty bad about Malaysia, and I edited it. Okay.
Cyrus, Cheesecake just said this.
No, shut up.
Cheesecake just said this.
No, shut your mouth. I hate you guys.
We come from a country in Malaysia.
You guys did not want to hear the in between those two.
Anyways, Naruto. Because Naruto Game Lab, so that's kind of a long name. I'm just gonna say Naruto from now on, if it's okay. Naruto, if you like, I'm on the same boat. I honestly thought not a lot of people in Malaysia were playing D&D. The moment you go looking, you can actually find a lot of people playing. It might not be as out there because again, it's still like you said, it might not be as wide
culturally accepted
or culturally accepted for whatever reasons, religious, cultural, just plain because it's not as widespread. But I guarantee you, if you go looking, you will find people. People are everywhere playing tabletop games. You just need to find them. So, and one of the best places, especially for nerds and dorks and geeks and stuff, is Discord. It's absolutely Discord. I said Facebook because a lot of stores advertise on Facebook.
Yes, that is true.
A lot of game stores, a lot of like board game stores advertise using Facebook because a lot of them are owned or sponsored on the back end by boomers who only know how to use Facebook. And business use managers who only know how to use Facebook. Business managers only know how to use Facebook.
Shut it. Shut it. You're not allowed to criticize me.
Anyways, yeah. Listen, I've worked with a lot of business managers.
That or Instagram these days, if they're more modern.
There are a lot of actually there are a lot of them are on Instagram. A lot of them still use Facebook because Instagram is still under Facebook.
Yeah, the meta site, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So you can check Instagram, you can check Facebook.
Check Instagram and Facebook and Discord. You can go on Google and type like DND Discord, and then that's one search. Another search will be DND Discord, your country's name, and then like you can look from there. Reddit also has a lot of places you can find, but generally it's not quite as reliable. Discord is one of the best ways because not only can you find people on Discord, you can play the game on Discord, so you don't even have to be in the same country.
They have Roll20 integration now these days.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying look for D&D Discord in general and not just D&D Discord your country, because one of the advantages of playing online D&D is you can play with anyone from anywhere in the world at any time. You just need to sync up time zones.
Just sync up your schedule.
Yeah, you just need to sync up your schedules. So look on Discord. You can look on Facebook and Instagram for local board game stores. And generally just look around. I guarantee you there will be people. Now, I can't guarantee that the people playing will be your group of people because everyone plays the game differently and everyone likes different things about the game. But if you go looking, you will eventually find people to play with. Yeah.
Basically, do you know that people exist and they might like the same things you do?
Yeah. Generally, like if you like something, there is a very good chance that there are a ton of people out there who also like the same thing. We just don't talk about it. And our general culture nowadays is to just not talk about our interests, just for a ton of different reasons that we won't get into. But because of that, it will seem very isolating to like something. I guarantee you that is not the case. None of us are alone in any of our interests. You just need to go out looking and you will find your people. So yeah, like don't feel discouraged that I know no one likes the same things. Go out looking. There are people actively looking. You just need to know where to find them.
Like honestly, between the two of us, like what is the what's the word here? Graph for people that like talk about like speculative anthropology and planet building and also fantasy, right?
Yeah. It's not, it's a niche, but you will always find other people out there. Yeah. The whole like, you're not special thing, it's not really a bad thing. Other people are just like you. You just need to find your people. That's it. And the only way to do that is start going out looking. So I hope you all the best. Look on Discord and just generally in Google, honestly. Just go looking. Do be careful again because this is the web. Do be very careful. And this is the other reason why I say in-person events are better. Because at the very least, if it's in the board game store, there will be other people around. That's why it's generally safer. But if you're as long as you're careful and you have, you do take the necessary precautions, like in anything in the internet, you'll be fine.
I still heard. I mean, you still hear horror stories. I was pretty big in like Malaysia's like.
You still hear horror stories, but it's because we live in a society.
Horror story.
We live in a society. There are people everywhere, but yeah, just you'll find your people. You just have to keep looking, and yeah, good luck. Hope you all the best. You will find a group of people to run stories with.
And if you join our Discord, then maybe.
We don't run as many games nowadays because we don't have DMs. We don't have a lot of DMs around. Yeah. We're all busy, unfortunately. How you found a necromancy community? Of course there is. People like necromancy. It's a thing. Yeah. Anyways, let me take down this. We come from a country, Malaysia.
You did not want to hear the ... that I edited out.
Labao. Anyways, let's continue. Exchange of ideas culminated in the first big discovery, fireworks.
Chilled beer.
Okay, first thing then, preservation of food. How would each preserve food? Dwarves will use salt because you can find salt in mountainous areas.
Yes. You want to hear how the plains people do it?
How?
Piss. Actually. That's how the Khans do it.
The Halflings, let's see.
They did just make beer, fermented, and vinegar.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Halflings used fire and fermentation to preserve foods.
Alkalized.
Okay. Dwarves. Okay.
You're not gonna add the actual real preservation method to make century eggs.
Nope.
It's a valid way and a valid culture. And for a plain society.
Oh no, you disconnected, so you didn't hear that whole thing?
Oh, wow.
Aw, man. Anyways, to summarize, Discord.
Discord.
Log on Discord. Discord DiceNandy. You will find groups. Take all the necessary precautions for looking for online groups because all the same like online precautions, but you'll find groups. There are people out there, I guarantee it. Just look on. You only heard country Malaysia.
Wow, I guess that's my legacy.
That is now your legacy. Yeah, just look up DiceNandy Discord. Okay, let me do the thing. Hold on. Paint. Here we go. Okay, look up DiceNandy Discord. Be careful online, but that's about it. That's the big thing. The second thing you can do is DiceNandy Discord, and then insert country name, right?
I feel like you don't need the word Discord, just DiceNandy, your country's name, and see what comes out.
Actually, this works too. DiceNandy country name, or maybe even city name. That way you can find
Local games.
local in-person games. And these are safer because there's generally other people around. Especially if it's in board game stores.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are one of the safest and best options because you're playing in person, and there are other people around to supervise.
Yeah, don't go into like someone's apartment to
Don't
set up
go
a
into
game.
someone's apartment if you don't know them.
I did this when I was a minor. Not a good,
Not a
probably
good
a
idea.
stupid idea.
It was a
Probably
very
dumb
dumb idea.
But hey, you know, I was young and dumb.
Yeah, not a good idea. But yeah, this is probably one of the best options, honestly. DiceNandy, your city or country name. Generally, I think city name best. Local in-person games, and then if you can find them, great, and then just sign up. Yep, exactly, these two. The advantage of the Discord thing is that one of the biggest problems with games is that you need a lot of people. And everyone has a life. So scheduling games can be difficult. But if you have the whole world, then games suddenly become a little bit easier to schedule. So that's why this is useful.
This is the second person that called you the British dice.
Okay. I should clarify this real quick. Don't worry, it's not a slight or anything. It's not. I'm not angry or upset or anything. Just to clarify, just in case, I'm from Malaysia.
Nah, you're British. Top hat and monocle. That's British person.
Cheesecake on screen is in the same room as me. That's why you might sometimes hear an echo.
British. Britain.
I can change to a more what do I need to use? What kind of accent do I need to use? Local accent. I can use local accent if you want. I can use my Chinese local accent, and then maybe you can hear the Southeast Asian in my voice. Yeah. Yes. Cheesecake said that a while ago, but people might think because Mod might be in a different place. But I am also from Southeast Asia. I just use a more westernized accent to make it easier for people to understand.
You're forcing out this accent. You are secretly from England. Like DiceNAndy is white.
How dare you insult my ancestors? Huh? Economy, huh? I was gonna say like a different like language for a moment, but I completely forgot how to speak it because I was speaking English.
See. Anyways, second person that call you British.
There's a second person to call me British. It's the top hat, isn't it?
It is the top hat.
It's the top hat and the monocle. Also, I think my accent is hard to pin down.
It is. Oh, nice accent.
Say emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Hold on. Emotional damage. There we go. Who's the first one who said it again?
Don't remember. You made mention of this like a stream ago.
They said it a while ago. They said it maybe a few years back. This is one of our previous chatters who was here before I went to a hiatus. Yeah, it was a long ago. It was a long time ago. Is the hat and monocle? Yes, exactly. It's the hat and monocles. It's the hat and monocles more than anything.
I find this very hilarious.
It is. It is very funny. I usually correct people just because, you know. Maybe I should let the joke run one of these days.
Why, you're just British?
I'm British. Bottle of water, man. There's a bottle of water in it.
Perhaps.
I feel like you've called me British before. I feel like you have. At some point, you have.
It scrolls through chat history real fast.
Wow. You choked again. Why? Bottle of water in it.
What? In it, bruv.
In it, bruv. Hey, you got a bottle of water? We're freaking dehydrating over here. We're melting over here, bruv. Bottle of water in it.
Lol, somehow even.
Now, the only reason why I'm a dice with the top end and monocle is because it's the most recognizable way for an inanimate object to appear like an animate object. It's the most instantly recognizable way. You put on a top hat and monocles, everyone goes, oh, it's alive. Right? Everything else, nah.
You're also a fancy and sophisticated lad.
I am fancy and sophisticated. Yes. I am very fancy. Dungeons and Dragons. Anyways, yes, Dungeons and Dragons. Let's see. How do dwarves preserve their stuff? Smoke and salt.
Yep.
Yes. And then gnomes.
They have jams with their high sugar content.
Jams and sugar. And honey.
I think they will also invent fermentation. Like that's just a thing that can happen.
Yeah. Actually, I think gnomes should have honey because beer and mead. No, beer is for halflings, and then with gnomes they could turn that into mead.
You don't need beer to make mead. Just water and honey.
Yeah, no, true.
Yeah, it's secretly just
honey.
water and honey.
Honey and fermentation. Yeah. You're right. And a colonizer as a dice. I'm colonizing. I'm reverse colonizing here.
Although, if they are from a temperate climate, do they even need to invent preserves? They will have year-round food.
Honestly, gnomes don't really need it. They just have jams and sugar and stuff as ways of
spicing up flavor.
As making more flavors.
Also, you're a coward for not having the century egg method for the halflings.
No, screw you.
As a plain culture is a legitimate preservative method.
Screw you. The ones with potatoes made vodka. The dwarves made vodka.
Yeah, they can distill, right?
Yeah, the dwarves made vodka. They also made vodka. It could be that some of the dwarves were like, we can make mead in our own. No, we can make beer in our own cave, and they didn't use any grain. They just used potatoes. They had what they had on hand was potatoes, and they were like, "All right, let's do this," and they just distilled it to the point they became vodka. And they're like, "Ooh, I love this." Because when you say cross colonization, you sounded so British. Of course, colonizing is the British way, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Humans, it was slavery. I feel it was slavery and also spices. I don't think people recognize how big a deal spice was.
Yes.
There's a reason it's called the spice trade. You know? Yes, I know it's called the Silk Road too, but spices were traded so heavily.
Hey, why do you think like England just like colonized the entirety of India forever?
Yeah, spices, isn't it? No, it's money. Sing, sorry, misspelled. Yeah, sorry, I was drinking water. Also, I find it really funny that dwarves, halfling, and gnomes, when spelled this way using this font in this size, is the same length.
Oh.
It's perfect. They really are related.
Solution.
I don't know what. Food as the first thing they collaborated on. What's the first thing they made together then?
Like food?
Yeah, we said something and then we forgot about it.
Like together.
Yeah, they made pizza together.
Yes. I see nothing wrong with this.
I see nothing wrong with this, honestly. Tomatoes, cheese. Okay, tomatoes from Gnomes, cheese from the Dwarves, bread from the Halflings, bread and the herb from the Halflings, and you get, you get pizza. You literally actually need all three of them.
This is why it's called the metropolitan. I don't know, man. Neapolitan.
We're not using that term for it, but first food
This is space pizza, by the way.
combined in is pizza. First big invention. Pizza. Yes. Just need your passport. Yes, but we're not doing fan meet and greet. Not until we can get more. No. I don't know if I'll ever do it. Maybe at a convention, but like, nah.
Once you're big enough.
Once I'm, if.
I don't know. You want to give the gnomes like some sort of caffeine plant?
Sure, we can give them a caffeine plant. The next big invention. The next big thing after that was fireworks. This was seen as an auspicious sign. Now this is auspicious again.
Don't look at me.
Auspicious sign that the partnership was going well. The partnership would bring about good things.
The dwarves promptly weaponized it to kill more worms.
Wow. In the ground?
Hey, once they come out, you can shoot it.
You know what?
And also for mining, right? Dynamite's great.
Yeah, dynamite for mining. Yeah. You're gonna kidnap me? Ha! You have to roll for it. Go ahead and roll a d20. Anyways, let's see. Dwarves immediately used it to make bigger holes and
Kill more worms.
and kill more worms. Actually, not kill more worms and deter. And as an effective deterrent.
Oh my god.
Against worms.
You know how Chinese use fireworks to scare off dragons?
Yes.
The halflings do it for that reason.
Halflings killed everything already.
Oh. Have they killed everything already?
They've killed everything. They've killed all the big predators.
They launch fireworks anyways.
Halflings launch fireworks because they're cool. It's a big open plain. You can see it very clearly. Gnomes use them as ways of like deterring predators. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
What are sentry?
But emotional damage. Yes, emotional damage. Blue, purple, yellow, cyan, or green. Yellow. You just rolled a nat 20. Wow. Ha. Very non-sus face you're using. The kappa faces. The bow. You rolled 11. Ha. Unfortunately, I'm the DM and I set the DC to 30. You are fail.
Bad DM.
You are fail. DM is always right. The DM is always right. You can't beat me. Good try though.
What check is this?
What check is this? Probably athletics. Probably athletics. The DC is 30. You will lose.
Wow, dick move.
Normal. Anyways, you successfully kidnap the DM, except rock falls and everyone dies.
Also dick move.
I'm a horrible DM.
Hey, did you know an ad starts in 30 seconds?
Oh, yes, I was about to comment on that actually. An ad is starting in 30 seconds, everyone. We will be back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, everyone. Okay, quick 3-minute break. Go to the restroom if you need it, stretch your legs, grab a drink. We will be right back. Yes, we'll be right back after these commercials. Wow, I sound so professional. Anyways, see you in a bit.
Be racial.
Anyways, real quick, jump back into the thing. Anyways,
Racial stereotypes between the races. What do each race think stereotypically is the other race?
Unfortunately, this would definitely be a thing that happens.
Yeah, right?
Right. This is definitely a thing that would happen. And it would be enforced because all of them are good at different things because they evolve to do different things.
Yeah.
So there would be stereotypes that crop up. Some of them very negatively based.
Yeah.
Like calling,
especially the ones with bad blood already.
Yeah, it would be like, I don't know, calling someone a halfling would be like bad eyesight or something.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, because gnomes and dwarves have dark vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that will definitely be a thing, but that will be more for the cultural part that we'll have to get into at a later point.
Ooh, interesting. Gnomes have myopia.
Myopia? What's myopia again?
Short-sightedness. They would have no reason
They
to.
would have short-sightedness.
Yeah, like you can't see far
Yeah,
in the
okay.
forest.
Let's put this now. Gnomes have myopia. How do you spell myopia again? MYO, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And see far in the forest.
So why would you?
Yeah. So why would you? Halflings have the entire night sky to illuminate them. Yeah. So why would they need night vision? Yeah. You're playing your lady, you rolled 33. Wow. 33 is a really good roll. That's a fantastic roll, actually.
Dwarves don't have myopia because they simply are built different.
Thinking. No, they do need to.
Go out from time to time to spot mountains
Yes,
far away.
but they might have light sensitivity because they exist in low light so much. Even their coals don't burn bright hot.
Forging.
Forging is the only thing, right?
Bright as fuck.
Yeah, it could be bright as fuck, yeah. You're going also, you can talk to a DM. All right, Cyrus. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us.
There's a thing called like don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll think of something else at some point. I was thinking of giving them the the crucifix glitch, but then or something of that sort. But like
Seriously?
No, or a reversal of that because everything is like chiseled lines and stuff. No, let's not do that.
Dumb is so
Let's not
dumb.
do that. Anyways, as we were saying up here, right? So dwarves immediately use like explosives to make bigger holes and deter against wyverns or the worms because vibrations move faster in the earth. Gnomes simply use them to discover more chemistry because gnomes, right? The halflings were the ones who shot them up into the sky most often because they were in the plains, and like to see pretty colors in the skies. And they were the first ones to really ask if they could, sail into those skies, up to those bright colors and try to grab them.
Like I like to think the gnomes were just dicking around with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, the
and then
gnomes
made
would
like
be too busy arguing about philosophy and discovering local sciences. Dwarves would be too holed up in their mountains. The halflings would have access to the entire night sky. They would have killed off all the major predators in the region. They would have the free time to look up at the sky and not worry.
Yeah.
And so they were the ones who would be like, hey, could we? And so down the line, eventually all of them like, oh, that's how they eventually got to space.
they would be also the ones to push like better ways to travel, like trains to planes.
Yeah, they would
Because
definitely push the travel thing because
they inhabit the most largest landmass.
yeah, they would have like the land masses. But that is, I feel, actually maybe something we can discuss next time because we're about to
we're
hit.
done.
Yeah,
We're done.
yeah, we're done. We're hitting the industrial stage, right? And that I feel like needs to be a stream in and of itself. And then we also need to talk about their individual cultures and traditions that sprung up from each individual species because of their environment And then based on the tech level, we need to then start merging those into like a big thing in the cities. And then we're done. Well, not quite. We then have to go to like individual things like who invented what do they individually like, stuff like that.
Hey.
But
okay, just add a thing.
Yeah.
Mastiff mounts for the halfling, the way to travel.
the what?
Alien dog.
Oh, have dogs as ways of traveling?
Yeah, it's like
As,
it's a horse.
mount.
Yeah, it's a horse but dog.
Why dog?
Okay, I'm just pulling this from like Fantasyland.
Uh-huh.
Halflings have massive mounts that they use.
Sure.
So it's conveniently dog shaped.
Hmm.
If you want a carnivore aspect, it's to like
It
it's
helps to
something,
alert them to the birds, I guess. That's one thing.
and it's bigger than them,
Yeah, it's also bigger than them. Yeah.
so they can help hunt.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. What about the gnomes though?
You want to give them pets?
Yeah, they have a very close like.
Messenger pigeon or parakeets.
We're
or
giving them a
something.
lot of reptilian things though. No, we should be giving them a lot of reptilian things because if the dragon type things like the wyvern or the worms are megafauna, there should be a lot of reptilians around.
Okay, so
We could literally say because of how arid the. That's why I was thinking water vapor in the air. It's a more arid planet.
yes.
Because of that, the temperatures are higher. So there's more water vapor in the air.
Huh?
Yeah, that's why I was thinking more water vapor in the air. That's why there's less water on the ground.
Okay.
As a result, though, because of the higher temperatures, quotation mark cold-blooded creatures have an easier time moving around. Hot-bloodedness doesn't need to evolve as readily.
Okay.
Because
still
energy
thinking-
is just abundant in the air or in the
still thinking
environment.
about a domestic thing.
But yeah, that's
for-
why reptilian things are, or what humans would consider reptiles would be more viable. As a result, I'm thinking messenger pigeons, no. Snakes with feathered wings,
Okay.
like the kind of like fairy dragon stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that works, right? Gnomes have
Basically, low drakes.
fairy dragon-like creatures that fairy. How do you spell fairy again? Fairy messages for them. I think that's the wrong word. Yeah, fairy. There we go.
E. Oh, you're a
Yeah.
cute.
I don't think they need a mount for them.
I think they'll just invent their way around a mound.
They probably will.
As a yapping culture, I think it'll be more thematic if they domesticated something to.
Plus, they control the trees, right?
Yeah.
So they literally just build ropeways that are enclosed so that the predators can't get to them. So their cities are literally sprawling as a result.
Yeah, the only thing that they would need is like a neat thing to ferry messages.
To like
'cause they're-
further cities, yeah.
they're yapping country. They like to yap.
Yeah.
They also invented paper, so
Yeah.
know?
So yeah.
like what else they
They don't really
need?
need anything else. What creatures would they domesticate for food? Hunt up
Or-
bees, you already say.
Yeah, apiaries and bees.
Would they eat meat?
Sure, why
They
not?
would,
Right?
but what meat would they eat?
It would be rare, right?
Yeah, meat would be a rare thing for them.
Okay. What's on the worlds? On the ground, we have staff.
They reverse hunted the birds using nets between trees.
Ooh, chickens.
Chickens, there we go. Gnomes have chickens.
Or like bird thing that lays eggs.
Chickens that lay eggs. There we go. Yeah, done. They have jam, they make pies. Yeah, yep. They have the fruits too, that's the thing. They also make pies. Done.
Done.
I'm actually thinking interestingly, none of these species are seafaring. We don't need them to be seafaring.
Yeah, what the there's no fucking ocean, there's just a bunch of lakes.
It's 55% water.
Okay.
There are some oceans, they're just not as quotation mark big as Earth. They might be as big, but like yeah, there's not one big ocean. It's cut off.
In my brain, it's a Pangea.
It might actually be a Pangea.
Like, there's no reason to cross a big lake where you can just walk there.
Or it could be a half Pangea where they are on the top and then there's a bottom. But nah, I think
Why would
Pangea
you
works.
split them? There's enough land to go around.
Yeah, we don't need to split them. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of lakes, quotation marks, like the size of oceans. But there's just so much land around anyways. Yeah.
Water based.
Yeah. They do not need to. There's no need to travel. There's no need to travel on water. None of them actually need to develop traveling on water. They can just use the rivers and stuff. But that is another interesting thing. How would rivers function? Because mountains are a rare thing.
Rivers don't need mountains, right?
They don't actually. No, the water cycle.
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't need mountains. Headwaters can come from just higher elevation. Or somewhere that rains more.
True. Okay, now let me think.
There would still be high and low spots. There would still be
there
rain.
would be high and low spots. There would still be rain. It's just that the rivers would not be like from glacial runoff. It would be directly from rainwater. They might collect somewhere and then flow. That definitely would still be a thing. There will still be some mountains, so there will still be some glacial runoff. But yeah, it would be Malaysia basically. All the rivers would be like Malaysia rivers.
Real Pangea back in the day.
No, like yeah, all real Pangeas back in the day. Yeah, no, that works.
The rivers would be like great way. What's the word here? Like the Mississippi River, very flat and very nice to use as a ferryway.
It would be the Nile.
Yeah.
It would be the Nile.
You want like a big geographical feature, like a.
Nah, we can get to that at some other point. When we make the maps of like the different worlds, but the thing is, I want to, because the different species and their culture is more important, so I want to build those up first, and then based on that, we can kind of interpret what the landscape and geology must have been like for them to have evolved. Yeah, we're kind of cheating doing this, but you kind of have to do that when you already have a template for it. We already know what the end result is going to be, so you're gonna have to cheat a bit.
Yeah, I mean, none of these races are known for seafaring.
Yes.
Anyways.
Yeah. You can. I've seen people like twist things on their head and go dwarf seafaring, but like, if you want to go the really traditional route, yeah, no. So,
none of them.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying like it's an interesting thing. We've just accidentally stumbled upon making a civilization where none of them needed to do seafaring stuff.
Yeah.
How would they map the stars? How would they know to travel by the stars? Probably halflings.
Look.
Actually, no, all of them. No, actually, no.
Why would any? Okay, only the halflings would use the stars.
Two of them would. The halflings would develop it for the whole thing. The dwarves that venture up to travel to different cities would also independently learn how to do it. Because that's the only way they know how to find the other cities, through the stars. It's the one thing that like doesn't change fast enough. So yeah, they would actually still get like they would. It would just not be sea based, which is so interesting.
We invented like star tracking.
I know, but like navigation became a really big thing, especially on the sea.
Navigation is always important forever.
It is always important forever, but like on land, you have multiple ways, including the stars, but other landscapes and stuff. At the sea is where it becomes really important because it's the only fixed point you have.
Average halfling prairie that is just flat grass forever.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. But yeah, that's where we're at. Next.
I don't.
Yeah.
In the daytime, I don't think the dwarves
Mm-hmm.
would need to use the what's the word stars. They can actually just recognize the shape of the peaks.
They would again because land, so they can just literally recognize the shape of stuff.
Yeah. All the peaks are unique, and they just memorize
Also,
that.
just look for smoke.
Look for.
Just look for smoke. Hi, Gabby. How are you doing? I'm well. Long time no see. How are you doing? Hello. You have arrived at the what? At the Dave? What is that? At the end, yes, you have. I was about to say.
Yeah, we're about to end the
We're
stream.
actually about to end. Oh no. Well, the VODs will be there if you're interested in seeing what the discussions were about. But yeah, I hope you're having a great day, Galbi. It's been a while. Hopefully I'll see you in like some other stream so that we can chat more. But yeah, hope you're having a great day. We just finished discussing, well, I say initial drafts on what a alien species that evolves into the gnomes, the dwarves, and the halflings would look like. We still need to go over their tech era. We need to go over their individual traditions and cultures. And then we'll be kind of done. Not quite, but we'll have
It's a good enough template for you to homebrew riff out of.
Homebrew like a session out of. Yeah. We like, you can always add more things like specific swear words, who created what type of special cuisine, stuff like that.
I mean, in the end, it'll just like we're at the space age, right?
Yeah.
They'll all just get homogenized, and we don't care about their home planet anymore.
Yeah, essentially. But it's still fun. The whole point of this is to have fun speculating. Speculative biology is always fun. But yeah, this is the end of the stream. We have pretty much reached like as far as we can go without just going on for another 4 hours to flesh things out. So I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you everyone for joining us. I'm going to find someone to raid really quickly before we go. Let's see. Ooh, the D&D official channel is doing stuff. Actually, no. Is it? No. It's not the D&D official channel. I'm sorry. It looks really professional though. The city of Burspult. Interesting. Let's see. Who else is doing stuff? Just people I wouldn't mind raiding.
You know, we just made the halflings the Genghis Khan culture.
We did. We actually made them the Genghis Khan culture.
Like they're the most militant.
They are.
They would have wars all the time.
They would.
When us plain faring like human Homo habilis.
We're like,
shit, we killed all the things.
We just started to kill each other.
Yes, that is very true. Anyways, I see Melissa's playing Night Rain actually, so sure, why not? Oh wait, how do I spell this again? How do I spell your name again? I don't recall. Oh wait, Brett's playing D. Oh man, shoot. You know what? We're doing D&D. Let's go. Let's trade Brett. Sure.
Homo sapien. We ran out of stuff to kill, so we killed ourselves.
Yeah. Yes. Anyways, we're going to join Brett Ultimus. They're running a Icewind Dale D&D hardcore session. So that will be fun. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna start the raid now. Thank you everyone for joining us. Have a good day, good night, wherever you are. Stay safe. We'll see you all in the next one, which would be, unless something happens, it'll be tomorrow, where we will do more art. And we can yap more. So if you would like to yap more, feel free to join us then. But yeah, until then, thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you all next time. Bye everyone. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye.